like 0 degrees. keep boys by my side. Know that they ride or die. I keep boys by my side.
Day we hustle, but the night we
Know that they ride or die. Know that they ride or die. I keep boys by my side. Know that they ride or die. I keep boys by my side.
Day we hustle, but the night we
Boys by my side. Know that they ride or die. My name came up a lot, it sounds more when I was not around. Certain people that I know, they ain't no longer about. My name came up a lot, it sounds more when I was not around. Certain people that I know, they ain't no longer about. My name came up a lot, it sounds more when I was not around. Certain people that I know, they ain't no longer about. My name came up a lot, it sounds more when I was not around. Certain people that I know, they ain't no longer about. Know that they ride or die. I keep boys by my side. Know that they ride or die. I keep boys by my side.
Day we hustle, but the night we
Know that they ride or die. Know that they ride or die. I keep boys by my side. Know that they ride or die. I keep boys by my side.
Day we hustle, but
Know that they ride or die. Cold, these brothers my guys. Know that they fly. Know that they fly. Know that they ride or die. Cold, these brothers my guys. Know that they fly. Know that they fly. Know that they ride or die. CJ Ike, they ain't no longer about. They ain't no longer about. They ain't no longer about. CJ Ike, they ain't no longer about. Know that they ride or die. Know that they ride or die. I keep boys by my side. Know that they ride or die. I keep boys by my side.
day we hustle, but the night we
Boys by my side. just think they are. Another little wannabe gangster trying to play hard. Ding dong, they just think they are. Another little wannabe gangster trying to play hard. Free up the guys, then dip out the ends. Jump in the ride, then burn out the rims. Don't stop, don't catch the boy that I'm in. Now we on the block with the up for events. Skin kept close, could you put on them with the tits on 10? Back in the back, that's on tap, all ready to go and jump in. Ding dong, they just think they are. Another little wannabe gangster trying to play hard. Ding dong, they just think they are. Another little wannabe gangster trying to play hard. Ding dong, 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 ding.
Diamonds in my teeth, I got a lot of shine. Running up the number, that's a lot of crime. Try to take it from me, must be out your mind. Big time, lot of sun. Smoky in the air, that's a lot of pine. Pockets running over with the dollar sign. Try to take it from me. Yeah. Big time, big time, big time.
Big time.
I got a lot of shine. Running up the numbers, that's a lot of grind. Try to take it from me, must be out your mind. I'm big time, lot of shine. Smoky in the air, that's a lot of pine. Pockets running over with the dollar sign. Try to take it from me, from me, from me, from me.
Big time, number 9. Diamonds in my teeth, I got a lot of shine. Running up the numbers, that's a lot of grind. Try and take it from me, must be out your mind. I'm big time, lot of shine. Smoky in the air, that's a lot of pine. Pockets
feel like 0 degrees. I'm out the cage, gotta let out the beast. Revolutionary, gotta let out the streets. Locked in the cage, I'ma let out the wake up, get out the.
Welcome contestants to the Finals Masters Series. This video will explain the format for the competitive finals scene across the North American and European regions. The Finals Masters Series is an open global ecosystem where the best contestants from around the world can compete to prove they are the best of the best. Contestants from both regions will compete in a global circuit across 2 splits. Contestants will compete in 4 open qualifiers, each split to gain circuit points. Each qualifier will host a best of 3 double elimination bracket. The top 8 teams in a competitive split will qualify for the Finals Masters. The Masters will be a 2-day double elimination bracket where the top contestants will fight for a share of a prize pool and direct qualification into the World Championship. All matches will be best of 3, with the grand final being a best of 5. The final 2 teams in the Masters will earn their ticket to Worlds 2024. Across both splits, the top 8 teams with the most points that have not already qualified will be invited to the World Championship. Following the second Masters, 2 last chance qualifiers will be hosted where teams can fight for a chance to gain their entry into Worlds. The top 2 teams from each qualifier will earn their right to fight for a world title. For the Masters Series, we have brought back our map ban system. Teams will pick and ban between 5 maps. Those maps in rotation are CIS Horizon, Las Vegas, Monaco, Seoul, and Skyway Stadium. Alright contestants, it's time to buckle in. We hope to see you earn your stripes.
Hello everybody and good morning. Welcome back to the Masters Series from Breakout Esports. My name is Artie, joined here by Rio. And Rio, it's good to see you again. It's good to see some finals action again.
Yep, I'm excited. I mean, if it's anything like last time, I think we're in for quite a day.
Absolutely. We've got a ton of very intense competition because, hey, we have made it to the final qualifier for Split 1. That means it is the big boys in the next one.
Yep, no kidding. We can't believe that we're 4 qualifiers in, and it looks like we're going to be getting started with Frog 3 and No Idea.
Yeah, looking through the bracket of today, we've already had some pretty intense competition. That means that up in the top section of this bracket, you will see Bertz and No Name competing for that final spot. And if either of them get down to that lower bracket, it's not going to be easy. With names like Frog 3, No Idea, LRC, and Grief Party, anyone down there is going to have to run through a gauntlet to make it back up to the top. Because remember, today's matches are the most important for every team on this list. In order to qualify, they need to get into a certain amount of points. That estimate is around 100 to 105 points, with the tiebreakers being round differential. And so we can go ahead and take a look at the leaders here. As you can see on the top left, Team LRC, Team BKO, Frog 3, and Divine Dead, well, having won certain competitions before, it looks like they're already up in the top, qualified to Masters. Then we've got Yappers, NTHX Esports, Bertz, and No Name right on the cusp. Not only them, but also Scallywags. No Idea and Need One. Well, 40 points is going to be pretty difficult to climb up there, but not impossible.
Yep, they would basically need to take every round this entire day. I would love to see it happen.
Absolutely. I really am excited to see if anyone is going to be able to make it up to this top here. And hey, today is the day to do it. So all the teams competing for the day, play your hearts out.
Good luck.
And yeah, so starting off with our matches of the day, I mean, we're going to be seeing Frog 3 again, which is great. We've been seeing a lot of growth from this team. And I think that the most important thing to keep in mind is that with the finals, every single update, every single week drops just a little bit of change, a little bit of you know, vibes
Yeah.
that will change.
Yep. Well, and if you remember last match, we actually had a issue with the shield not popping with the glitch grenade, and that actually was patched. So I don't think that we'll see people staying away from the glitch grenade this time. But getting into it, we see the match ban pick rates with the Skyway Stadium picked 24 times and only banned 9 times, a rate of 26%. Monaco picked 22 times, banned 11 times, probably one of my favorite maps, rate of 24% being picked. And CIS Horizon right there in the middle with 17 picks, 6 bans, rate of 18%. Las Vegas getting down in there in 17 picks as well, and banned 16 times. And finally we have Seoul, which has only been picked 11 times. But I personally do like this map just because of the verticality that it brings into it, all of the gameplay. But with that, it does bring additional challenges that you can see why it's kind of picked the least and banned the most.
Exactly. Over the course of this Masters Series event, we have seen, Seoul and Las Vegas kind of be consistently banned the most, and it's kind of been Monaco and CIS Horizon trading blows between being second and third place there. But at the same time, we can kind of understand that teams are now feeling extremely comfortable on CIS Horizon. You can see it's only been banned 6 times, so teams are not averse to playing on the map, right? Las Vegas is more of an even pick and ban rate, 17 pick versus 16 ban, just because of the fact that some teams are extremely comfortable on there, and then some teams, while they might be okay with playing on Las Vegas, they don't want to play against a team that's way more than comfortable on Las Vegas. And then, jumping back to Seoul, the meta has been defined on Seoul for so long, and Seoul is one of the most RNG dependent maps, which is why we're seeing pros ban it.
Yep. And one thing to point out with Las Vegas too, there's no other map that has this wide of open areas. Kind of when you get into the main Vegas area, there's just a bunch of just open hallways and open, just space that makes it really difficult for being out in the open, and really kind of where those higher teams and more strong teams can abuse any of those tactics. And it's a little just harder for newer teams to hide and not get chipped away. So it's interesting to see all the maps that we have and what they'll get picked today.
Absolutely. And hey, the teams that are strategizing, picking maps, picking everything that they actually need to win, they're putting a lot of effort into that thought. They're putting a lot of effort into every single action that they're doing today. Speaking of which, we're about to jump into the first match.
All right, so it looks like they're actually going to be playing starting off on Vegas, and then CIS Horizon with the decider on Seoul. So we immediately have one of our least picked, with the decider going to be on the absolute least picked map. So this will be a great match to get started with.
Absolutely, yeah. So Frog 3 on Vegas, this is one of the maps that they have been workshopping quite a bit. We've seen their growth from qual to qual, and seeing how Frog 3 has sort of adapted their unique play style of trying to get a very quick rotate around from one cash out to a height or to a spot where they can hold off of the cash out. I think Vegas is the map that strategy ends up working the best for them. And we have seen them workshop that tactic enough to the point where I'm now confident that if they're able to get in a good position to catch the other team off guard, then it's good. Because remember, Frog 3's fundamentals are right up there with everyone else. They are able to win the team fights when it's a 50-50. They're able to bring themselves into a situation where they can have the upper hand. The issue is that a lot of the teams are playing just so explosively that, Frog 3's very stable approach doesn't end up working out too well. But on Vegas, it has the opportunity to do its best.
Yeah, absolutely. Same thing with CIS Horizon. It's kind of a unique map to see them play on. I'm curious whether we'll see like a DMAT in play, or if they're just going to go healer, or even maybe throw in a light, because CIS Horizon is great for light players if they can dash around and kind of get in the right spot. It'll be just a great matchup between Frog 3 and No Idea on both of these maps, and possibly all 3.
Yes, sir. And I'm super excited because No Idea, Mr. Derp and Vrake, 2 absolutely cracked players, especially Vrake on that light, which we are going to be able to see here. And what is this? Are we also seeing Frog 3 running a light? I think that this is the first time that I have... Oh, no, they're not running a light. Okay, I was going to say, they are a double medium heavy squad. I think it was the classic large L instead of because they're in French. So yeah, so they do have the heavy, double medium, and of course on No Idea they are going to be running break on that light. And we have seen No Idea experiment with double medium heavy before as well, but Vrake so good on that light. The glitch grenades work so well, and we've got of course Mr. Derp on the heavy.
Yep, you love to see it, and like I said, they're already getting started, and we can just see that they're fighting kind of out in the middle of the open area. This makes it where we see that Mr. Derp has had to kind of go into a corner and hold off this push that they're now getting slammed by. Oh, he throws the C4 and gets the hit.
That C4 pop I would have killed.
Interesting play.
Oh yeah,
it does look like they're running and just trying to chase down the first cash box. I'm not sure who's in control of it right now, but it looks like they might be running towards
Frog
A.
3.
Frog 3 has it.
Yeah, then Frog 3 is going to be able to make it out there. So what happened was Vrake had a little bit of a trade out. You know, the MP5 doing some insane damage, but when you've got 3, you know, barrels of shotguns just going down your throat, there's not much you can do about it, especially with only 150 HP. And so that did cost No Idea a little bit of time in that first fight. So Frog 3 going to take that, you know, one little bit of time, push out, get this kitchen cash out started, but we can see No Idea they're already on the roof. Now this is one point where the roof is a little bit harder to find a really good entry in. Looks like Vrake is going to try to use his portal. Oh,
leave game if you can't play. You have to leave game right now if you cannot play.
Oh no.
Yeah, so this is a glitch that has been happening since I believe it was last Wednesday's update, where you know, throwing the portal or throwing any grenade can cause your game to freeze up. You lose all ability to input momentum, unfortunately. So not a great start to go off on that crash. We're gonna see how long it takes. I don't know if we're gonna need a full lobby restart or if we're gonna need to just get him back in, but we'll be right back. Let's see.
I don't know what they do.
We restart. They have
Lobby.
Yeah, they hate when you elevate. The second of losses, I'm handing them out. Yeah, I had to go delegate. It feel like I'm floating, I'm lost in the moment. I swear I could levitate. They never believed that I would really fly. I had to go demonstrate. I had to set them straight. They hate when you elevate. Elevate, elevate. They hate when you elevate. Elevate, elevate. Yeah. They hate when you elevate. Elevate, elevate. They hate when you elevate. Yeah. I had to elevate. I'm way too fly. Yeah, I'm feeling myself. Ain't no chance I'm coming down, no. Got a soul view to myself, yeah. Why would I give it up? Why do they want to come take my place? I work too hard for it, don't need a replacement. This my vocation, now I got rollies all in rotation. Hop on the jet just to take a vacation. Remember the moments was trapped in the basement, now the whole
Sorry about that, everybody. Welcome back. They are restarting the lobby as we speak. And while they go ahead and do that, Rio and I just want to chat a little bit about the sponsors of the Breakout Esports Masters Series event. First off, want to give a huge shout out to, of course, our title sponsor, One Shot Energy, a new way to get energized, from chewable energy drops to focus chews and even voice recovery drops. No matter what you need, you can use code BREAKOUT for 10% off of your order throughout this whole event. All first place and second place players, as well as our MVP winners, are receiving One Shot care packages filled with goodies. You can type !1 shot for more information. Not only that, but also, if you would like to help add to the prize pool of this event, you can check out Matcherino using !donate. Through Matcherino, you can donate towards a prize pool or just complete quests that add money on behalf of sponsors. The current prize pool for Split 1 is over $500. It's super awesome to see some actual prize pools going in the finals esports. This is where it all starts. This is the grassroots. So that's pretty much it for the ad reads and sponsor reads. But Rio, we've got some pretty insane games that we've that we've got coming up today. And right now, we're already seeing it heat up just a little bit. The team fights have been very scared to start, it looks like.
Yeah, definitely. And we could see that happen when they just kind of got stuck in a corner, and then they noticed that they were stuck there, and then I believe that it was Frog 3 just kind of rushed in there and was able to take over the cash box and kind of grab it and maybe show their dominance early on. Now that we're getting restarted, I guess we'll have to see if they're able to hold on to that and do it again.
Absolutely. And, nothing's going to change with the loadouts here. A shotgun medium with the FCAR medium on the side of Frog 3. And, of course, on No Idea, we've got Mr. Derp running the heavy shotgun, which is a very big classic for this team. Some heavies do prefer to run with the Lewis gun on this map. I think on Frog 3, their heavies running a Lewis gun. But I am personally of the opinion that the SA-1216 is still too good to throw away, especially on a map with such close, engagements like Las Vegas.
Yeah, and just having that many shots in the shotgun, and it does have that like half a second delay when you're having to switch barrels, but it is really powerful. It has a lot of ammo. You can kind of stay in the fight for a bit, like we're seeing right now. Mr. Derp kind of gets shot up. He's holding back. He gets a few pop shots off on the roof. He's really doing damage from above.
How does that kill me?
Wow, he got taken down though, surprisingly.
Yeah, unfortunately deleted there. Like I said, Frog 3 is super capable in these team fights, but it's when they actually get onto the cash out that they tend to choke. So right now, they've got a good chance to get some things started. It looks like nobody actually procced the vault before getting into that team fight, so they are going to have to wait that extra bit of time, which is going to give No Idea just enough time to respawn and get in between them and a cash out. Now, luckily for Frog 3, the vault is kind of close to B, but it is in between A and B, so No Idea might actually have no idea where it's going. But given the close proximity of B, there's a really good chance that No Idea is going to be right underneath waiting for them.
Yeah, they're actually really lucky having that vault right away from the cash out. So they're able to just get there, and No Idea just doesn't have time to stop it or intercept it. So now we see that Frog 3 is getting set up for the defense, and by the time that No Idea gets there, it should be at least a quarter of the way done already.
Oh, and look at this. They've got the APS turret set up just to deny that opening RPG that No Idea is known for. Just as well, they've got their red barrels just ready to go to pop the roof. Here we go. They know that No Idea is above them now. The red barrel is going to go out to open up a little bit more, take away any cover from No Idea if they need it. They're trying to maybe go ice fishing here. So, gonna readjust. Frog 3, again, they love to play off the point like this, but Mr. Derp gonna try to find an opening. Again, APS turrets, no RPG damage is gonna come through, but he can at least open up the sidelines here, put up the shield for his team to run through. This is why you run the mesh shield. Gonna try to drop at least something through the bottom. You can drop that front barrel, it can give them a little bit of an opening, but with those barricades, Frog 3 is baked into this defense.
Yeah, they've got a great setup right now. You could even see Mr. Derp pull out the RPG, but he just couldn't get a shot off because those APS turrets were just blocking everything. I love this parking structure because it's got that great... you see a team wipe.
Wow, Frog 3 is actually able to come through, not lose anybody. So in that fight, Mr. Derp opened up the floor, tried to separate them on just to get them across levels. Maybe one person to drop down to the first floor. Unfortunately for him, Frog 3 is a tight playing team. They are able to stick together through anything. And it's a really, really good showing of exactly that sort of strat. Make sure that if someone is getting split off, you try to stay with them no matter what. No Idea does not have time to run through for the steal, but they are going to try to at least catch Frog 3 off their guard and try to win an early team fight here before going to the next vault. Unless they're backing off right now, which does look like
need to go to finish them off.
It was interesting to see Frog 3
cancel the
directly on the point. Just become more defensive in the final area in case they did spawn real close and No Idea was able to get in there. But it doesn't seem that way, and it seems like they're all going to rush to Vault 2. And I think that they should meet up right about the same time.
Yeah, this is good that they're able to actually get a quick opening on Vault 2. Remember, this is going to be the final round format, so all Frog 3 needs is just one steal, one more cash out. That's going to be the end of the round here. So, No Idea, they're going to have to stick onto this Vault and play together, because Frog 3 is going to look for an opportunity to cut them off, get into their heads, and try to win an early team fight here. Look at this stealth tactic, especially Frog 3 wearing all of the same military gear. It looks like they're actually just secret special forces.
They're walking over. They're on metal.
But looks like No Idea has made their way out up to the top of this sky walkway. This is where we will get our next team fight.
Yeah, and I personally hate fighting up here just because it's one of the hardest spots to hold, and you can just get blown up and thrown down to the bottom in the middle of nowhere. So it's really interesting that they've set up there and so far away from the point. It looks like Frog 3 is going to go for the steal, and they seem uncontested at this point, but an RPG hits, and they're unable to continue holding it.
Wow, big C4 here as Mr. Derp actually is able to get some util out.
Last one.
Looks like he's going to be able to finish the second one there with the shotgun. Now it is just going to be the heavy, so no paddles on that side. Frog 3 goes down. Mr. Derp actually managed to find a way to get the RPG to hit in a spot that matters. Remember, Frog 3 is running 2 APS turrets, so it can be very difficult to find that opening with the RPG. But again, it's such an interesting decision from Frog 3 to just try to go for the steal and bait out that RPG shot when you know that you're in the open, you're kind of in a spot that's hard to get to. We're going to be checking this out here. Another bit of C4 on the bottom for Mr. Derp. So Frog 3, if they try to come into A, it's just going to be a bit of a mess to try and make this one work.
I think that No Idea has this one locked down. I mean, they've got about 10 seconds to even get on the point, and they've got to fight through all their defenses, and both teams have quite a good defenses showing up right now. We see they're just going to dive on it, throw an APS.
APS again.
Hold. Ooh, it gets blasted out there. And we just see fight after fight. Shotguns are really in play today. Heal beams holding them back. Frog 3 is doing good, but I don't think they're going to have enough time. Oh,
nice, you got it.
Down. Mr. Derp gets res, though. And I think that No Idea has stalled it long enough, and they did.
Nice, good stuff.
So we're now tied 1-1. The next
I thought they were going to commit to that shit, but I was able to bait pretty well.
So it's Vrake coming in clutch there. I believe that Vrake is going to be running with grenades this time, frag grenades. I think that's what that explosion was. And it is super unfortunate because of the fact that, again, Frog 3, they run these APS turrets. But that is a really good example of what happens when you can put yourself in a position where those turrets don't matter or don't have time to get up. And that's the difference between these two teams, right? Frog 3 is very much a team that requires that setup time. They require winning a team fight in order to get a good setup to hold out on that defense. But No Idea, they're an explosive team. They just jump in. They start with the opening RPG, the big C4 damage, the frag grenades, anything that can just get them down to half HP before you start shooting your gun. And so it is kind of the battle of opposites. We're going to be checking down. If you look at the bottom, No Idea, they're going to be using that gateway portal to make themselves escape into the unknown here. Frog 3, they were trying to wait to cut them off, but being portaled all the way across the street makes it really hard to get cut off, because now No Idea, they're going to be able to start cash out D. They're in front of the squad. Things are heating up because this is the last cash out of match 1.
They're already getting started. You can see Mr. Derp is getting pushed into a corner with his little healer there. They've got a good setup. Frog 3 is on the roof. They're trying to look for any damage that they can get before they push in. They are playing very tight, so I think that they're all going to jump in now.
Glitch barrel O's off. It's going to be able to hit No Idea. That is going to remove the shield barricade for now. Let's see what's going to happen when Frog 3 goes in. Yep, Vrake is going to go down, well as the medium. It's just Mr. Derp up the top. I believe the glitch effect should have worn off by now, but there's only so much that you can do. Medium shotgun going to be deleting Mr. Derp there. That's going to be a team wipe. That's going to be a steal from Frog 3. Now No Idea just has one final chance here.
Yeah, and still 7 seconds before they respawn, and it just helps tick away that clock. And I think Frog 3 has shown that they were really great at defensive. And I don't know if No Idea is really going to have time to get on there and push in. You did mention earlier that they come in explosively, and I think that that's what they're just going to have to do right now. Not much planning, just get in there and see if they can get a kill and hold down the steal. Do love the use of the red barrels today. Everybody's using them to just blow up the walls. I feel like we didn't see this as much last time.
Huge glitch here. All of Frog 3 gets glitched out, and that is going to be a massive opportunity. No Idea is going to be jumping in here. Good RPG damage. That's exactly what Mr. Derp wants. Now they're going to be able to take out one medium here. They target the second medium. He's going to go down as well. They need to dedicate one person to steal. They pop gas, which could be bad, but Mr. Derp has the health to go through. They have the heals as well. The steal going to be coming soon. That's No Idea with the last second steal here from Frog 3. Again, positioning
I don't know if
everything.
practicing a good gun team before this
stepped
was a
away
good
from their APS for just 1 second, and that was enough time for that 140 RPG damage to come through, and that is just enough of an opening for No Idea to come in there and take advantage of it.
Yep, what a crucial glitch grenade. It really pushed them out of position and let No Idea come in and just kind of take control. That was quite literally, I keep going back to, you said explosive, and that's what we saw. We saw an explosive performance from No Idea. Really exciting first game. Curious to see if they're able to hold it off into the next one.
Exactly. Again, the biggest problem with the setup that they're facing is those APS turrets, and you've got the heavy barricades, you've got the mesh shield. It can be really difficult to find a way to actually get in and make use of that ordnance, but they actually pushed Frog 3 back into a position where it was able to work out well for them. Now we're going to be getting ready to jump into Map 2. And on Map 2, we might see some differences. Remember, on Vegas, it's going to be a tight corridor area where that heavy shotgun is going to do some damage. That medium shotgun can do some insane work. Curious to see what's going to come from Map 2.
Yep, and I think that they're probably going to stick with the shotguns because it's a lot of close quarter combat again, and these two teams love to just kind of be close. There's not a lot of chip off damage from far away. It's really just kind of get in there, get some fights, and let's see what happens.
Absolutely. Tons and tons of different strategies that have been coming through. And again, Frog 3 played Vegas a little bit differently. So I'm curious as they come into CIS Horizon if they're going to be playing this map a little bit differently as well. So we look down to No Idea, and they are going to still be running the heavy shotgun, the MP5, as well as the AK. Looking up at Frog 3, it's still going to be FCAR and A1887 as well as Lewis gun, so no change-ups on that side. What I am really curious to see, though, is if Vrake has changed that light utility out, because again, the light utility is oftentimes the difference maker. We've seen that portal come in clutch so many times, and again, that skirmisher gameplay type on CIS Horizon especially can catch players off guard, even if they're set up in their bunkers with their APS turrets. So seeing what Vrake is able to do here is going to be
go height.
No.
We see the first kind of combat starting off. He threw a glitch grenade. Ooh, with perfect RPG, gets him down. Mr. Derp, great shot. Throws up the dome shield. Starts pushing everybody into a corner. He's trying to get pocket healed. Melissa goes down.
Yeah, big glitch barrel there. The biggest thing about the glitch barrels is that they're immune to the APS, and it looks like the team wipe is going to come through, and the first team fight goes in favor of No Idea. Yeah, so those glitch barrels do a lot. So what's the number one thing you're worried about when you're fighting Frog 3? The 2 healers and 2 sets of defibs, right? That's the biggest trade-off that No Idea doesn't have right now. They don't have that sustainability from 2 defibs. So what can you do? You just take away the defibs and the healing from Frog 3, and suddenly half of their playstyle goes away. And that is the entirety of the plan behind No Idea's strike force. Now, we're watching Frog 3 try to come back up. Remember, Frog 3, they need a little bit of time to find where they're fighting from to take that team fight. So when we see them split up like this, it could be an indicator that Frog 3 is not feeling that confident about this approach.
Yeah, it's a bit different, and they're taking their time to get over there as well. I think they're going to try and come in from behind instead of kind of a direct approach, but I might be eating my words because it looks like they're just running on in there, not going the side stairwell.
Yeah, I think side stairwell would have been the approach here on this side because of that break. Able to get one popped off the side there. Mr. Derp already entering the action, jumping on top of the enemy team. He is going to go down. There is going to be a res coming through from the side of Frog 3, but it's not going to be enough. Only one res that was canceled out. And as Basilic goes down, that is going to be another team win for No Idea. Frog 3 should have probably come from that back stairwell.
Yeah, and just that one spot that they're in right there, they can get so high up, and one of the biggest challenges in any FPS is that they're just get people to look upwards, and they kind of fell right into that trap. And I don't think that Frog 3 is going to have enough time. They might be able to dive on it once, but they're going to have to be really coordinated to steal this right out from under No Idea. They're getting set up again, kind of in a high angle, and we've got their light just kind of dancing around,
They're just
going
going
invis
suicide
and
for
running
money.
away.
TP.
We see them getting set up.
The thing is, yeah, they're set up on the height here, and as much as Frog 3 wants to jump in there, it's not going to work out too well. Even with the APS turrets, you still just have to worry about the absolute damage output.
They didn't rocket my C4 out. They didn't see it. I don't know how they didn't see it, but they didn't
first
see it.
cash out here for No Idea. And one of the things, if you have been
I
watching the
whiffed two
final
shots in a row,
esports,
but
you
fuck
know
it, who
that I
cares?
have one of the hottest takes when it comes to this game, which is that height doesn't matter in
you
the
wanna run
finals.
AK for
I
him?
will
I mean,
say
we
that
can
in
do
a
it.
lot of scenarios, that cash out is not one of the scenarios why I will say that. Height is everything when you have a position like that. When
Just 'cause it was
the
meta so
cash
long,
out is
nobody was
out in the
swap
open and
They
you
might
are
be here, by
in
the way.
no man's land with no cover around, no matter how many APS turrets or barriers you can put out, you
Alright,
have
fellas.
tons of opportunities for failure if you don't hold on to the height the way that No Idea was.
Yeah, and CIS Horizon's a great map for
Rocket
this
two,
height
rocket two, rocket two.
advantage. There's just little areas everywhere.
Heaven's one,
Big
Heaven's
What-
RPG
what a
damage,
team fight.
another big team fight out of nowhere. Sorry to cut you off, but this
sorry.
came out of nowhere.
Nice.
And Frog 3 goes out of
Wow.
nowhere.
Guys, huge,
Yeah,
huge
they are
good, huge
choking.
good.
They were doing so great at the
You're
start of
like,
the
yeah,
last
true.
match, and this match,
I
they
did
just-
glitch.
No Idea
Listen,
is
glitch
really
barrels are
holding
so
their own.
unhealthy for the game, but they're kind of fun.
He said it right.
They're kind
I
of
do
unhealthy
like
for the game,
that
and
they've added
they're
them.
so broken.
In the last
Yeah.
week, I think. Maybe it's 2 weeks ago. We definitely didn't have them in the last game, last qualifier. So it's
yeah,
interesting. That's the
glitch-
biggest change.
Yeah, glitch barrels have been around. I think it's week 3 now. Maybe it's week 2. But yeah, so glitch barrels have kind of changed the way that this game is played, because the APS turret used to be, all right, we can't get glitched now because the
We got a zip
grenade
to height. We
can't
got a
come
zip to height
through.
now. We got a zip to height now.
That's not the case anymore.
No, I don't have zip. I don't have zip.
Yeah, and it really
go
just
to
kind of
height? Where we
kept
gonna
those
play?
defenses, changes everything up. It's a good way of putting it. Now we see Frog 3 trying to get the height momentum here. They're going to try and get some chip damage, but they both have shotguns, and I don't think it's going to be
No,
that
can you
great
go there?
Yeah,
being that far away.
Follow me, follow me.
Yep. And this is a really good show of what's different between those 2 points. And look at this, Frog 3 slips through, No Idea,
farm them.
somehow misses the approach, and with the APS turret set up as well as those barricades, this is going to make things difficult. The glitch barrel is going to come through, no heals will happen from one of the mediums, but look, that Vrake is going to get knocked out instantly, and 1 heal beam is all Frog 3 needs at the current moment. Now, I do think that the RPG popped off. It didn't quite do as much damage as they'd want it to. Basilica going to get healed up here. Emilian does go down, but it looks like Kynes might be able to get the res. The res does come off, but will Mr. Dirt be able to hold out just long enough? A lot of damage is coming through. No Idea is doing their best, but look at the sustain. It's another res, and F3 is all up. It's just going to be down to 1 player who can't do it, and that's going to be Frog 3 getting the steal. Absolutely unfortunate for that second cash out here, but No Idea will have another chance to steal this, and if that doesn't work, they still have another cash out.
Yeah, you got to kind of wonder what happened here, because No Idea had control. They were really set up. They were prepared. And then Frog 3 just slipped in and stole it right from underneath them. Very little contesting until after they had stole it, and then we saw the team
Might
fight.
actually.
And Frog 3 just kind of showed their
I'm
dominance.
4 behind you guys.
Don't think that No Idea is going to have enough time. They might if they just kind of
Yep, huh?
dive onto it. But I think that
That's
that's
one.
more of Frog 3's game right now.
Oh, absolutely. And again, the gas to keep them off just long enough. We are going to see Kynes and Amelia take a bunch of damage here. Only 1 player
wasn't- I
left on
just
Frog 3,
wasn't
but
fast
no
enough.
time to steal. Big team wipe as No Idea tries to get in
yeah.
last moment.
Well, if I don't- if
it
I
was
don't
kind of
rock
like a
down, we get it.
Scooby-Doo,
Maybe,
villain
actually.
kind of
Yeah,
moment
maybe.
where,
Yeah, but
as the moment No Idea decided, hey, let's hold it from this building,
Yeah, true,
was the
true.
moment that Frog 3 exited from stage right
Yep.
and tried to make it in. They
No, you're
literally
good, you're
just
good.
missed each other on the way
Yeah.
out.
Yeah, and if we had a spectator camera, it would be great, because we could just go from top view and see the Scooby-Doo motion even better. But that's a great way of putting it. So it looks like No Idea will start opening Vault 3. and Frog 3 is a little bit of ways away. They're kind of taking a sideways approach so that they don't go directly on, and I think that's probably the smarter option. They might even let No Idea just take this to a point and then try and contest them along the way.
Yeah, this is a hard cash out spawn, a vault spawn here, given the fact that it's so far away from either point. But remember, they do have the light portals to at least get them out a little bit. Oh, big RPG opening damage from No Idea. Looks like the heal beams are going to come out super early, so that RPG damage is going to get chipped away. But again, No Idea is trying to find a way to start the fight with more HP. And unfortunately for them, though, the barricades, the dome shield, the barriers, it's going to be too much for them to try to break through into. Mr. Derp going to drop out to half HP. Vrake trying to activate is going to be able to get two. Mr. Derp, unfortunately, not able to find that last one.
Yeah, that was a great fight,
I was there the entire
especially on the, what do you call that, like a...
I instantly, the moment he put a shotgun away, I stopped fighting.
Yeah, because they were able to kind of go in, pop out, and then go back in, kind of tunnel in, and hold their defensive line. So it was great to see kind of both teams pushing and then retreating really strategically.
Oh, but it does look like, at the very least, I don't know if No Idea threw the vault away or if they just didn't bring it with them when they engaged that team fight, but they threw the vault away just enough to buy a lot of time here. No Idea is going to not only be able to get the respawn, but they're going to be able to jump into whichever cash out. We see them jumping across the street from cash out C on their way to cash out D, where they know the vault is heavy. Kynes takes a little bit of damage here, but unfortunately, it's going to be acoustic. It is all the way down to low HP here. Needs to get healed up, but no heal beam can go on yourself, so it's got to wait it out. While they're waiting, though, it looks like Frog 3 is just baking themselves into that top roof area. They've got the barricades, they've got the APS turrets down, and just waiting for No Idea to try to engage. Come on, take the vault away from us. We know you want it. Oh, but there it is! Huge damage from that RPG, blowing up the red barrel under their feet. All members of Frog 3 under half HP. That's their opening, and they're going to try to do it. Goo Grenade barricading them from entering the door. Gas Barrel as well to do some extra damage. But it does look like Basila is going to go down with Emilien, which means one player left from Frog 3. But, oh, wait, no.
So remember, we can walk out this
They're wiped out completely.
I realized at the end.
Yeah, Mr. Derp's putting in some work.
Mechanically, these guys are way worse.
They're really kind of showing how strong of players they are here. I personally hate this vault right here because it's just so open. It's so easy to blow up below it. And then you're just fighting in the middle of a street. So this one will be really interesting who can hold it, because there's not many good places. And I think this will come down to a real close firefight here, just again in the middle of the street.
Absolutely. And again, we see Mr. Derp starting off with the C4 at the bottom of the cash out. Pretty common. And, he's not bringing barricades into the fight, so we've got to find some goo barrels to make your own barricades here. One APS turret in the middle. C4 going to be going out onto the cash out just to be able to drop it, buy some extra time. And let's look at Frog 3. What's their approach? They got the red barrel and the glitch. They're going to try to catch them off guard. Looks like the red barrel isn't going to quite connect. The glitch, though, is going to go instead onto Frog 3, as they are going to take some
keep staggering. 20 seconds. We're buying 20 seconds on this,
big
guys.
team fight, just holding for time at the moment, trying to provide a little bit of safety for the team, and just as soon as you delete those mediums, there's no sustain left.
Glitch barrel here. Do the exact same thing.
Yeah, that was a great team wipe. It really went by so quick.
Playtime.
And I think that what's impressive is No Idea just kind of really set up their defenses in what I was mentioning earlier, just a really hard spot. Frog 3 had to push in, and immediately when they did, No Idea threw down the jump pads, and they were kind of fighting mid-air for control. And I think that they might have secured it long enough to get this vault out. They probably have to hold off one more push, but we see that's starting to happen right now. Frog 3's all bunched up. They're starting to push in, but they just have the shotguns and the Lewis, and I don't think that they're going to be able to do enough chip damage. They're going to have to actually push in there and try and dive on this.
Just drop the cash out all the way down. It's going to be a little bit unfortunate for Frog 3. But look at this. They got the bubble out. Not going to be enough. One medium down, two mediums down. It's just up to Heavy.
That's what I'm talking about.
Not going to be able to sustain enough. That's going to be a perfect holdout for No Idea. And that is how you hold a cash out.
Dude, bunker players are so shit at the game.
They spread out just enough to where those initial glitch barrels that Frog 3 is trying to throw at them don't do as much as they want to. They're not getting as much value as they want. And I believe that is a quick 2-0 to start things off. Unfortunate for Frog 3, given that this is Qualifier 4, such a massive, important event for the Split 1. But hey, they got a ton of points. We'll see what the standings are at the end of the day. But congratulations to No Idea. It's going to be moving on to our next spot in the bracket.
Yeah, quite an explosive match. I'm amazed that No Idea took it in 2-0. And Frog 3 really put up a good fight, and I expected them to pull off the win on CIS Horizon. So to see it come down to the last cash out, and to see that No Idea come and take it, it was just exciting. They were both really evenly matched. And I think the thing that I take away from Frog 3 is just how well formed they were. Like everywhere they were like a bunch of grapes. They just did not leave their side unless there was like that one time that they told them to split up. So it was just really exciting to see the strategy and the amount of like practice that they're putting into this game, and then come through, and they just weren't able to pull it off. But No Idea, Mr. Derp really had just kind of some great holds, and just as a team, No Idea I think was a little bit better today.
Absolutely. And remember, they are one of our 4 teams that are guaranteed qualified. So they are going to be able to show their stuff in the Split 1 Masters Series event. So it's just going to be No Idea here, starting off super strong to get up into the mix with these numbers, put on some fight, see if they're going to be able to make it up to the top and get that rematch in if they win today. But we're going to take a quick break. We'll be back with the next match right after this.
Fight! No. One dead. Watch drone hole. Drone hole. Yeah, I'm playing Siege. I may have you. They didn't rocket my C4. Let heavy's one. I'm just shielding. Last one's right here. Nice.
Oh, they push you like glitch like. Non, il y a l'eau.
Nice,
Light un HP. Light, medium.
C'est bon, on a le point.
Blocking rocket. I'm just blocking rocket. Heavy one. Nice.
Pas de taper.
Ils vont rentrer, je vais rentrer. Ça va rentrer, je crois.
À droite.
J'ai de l'herbe sur moi.
Patate.
J'ai un HP mort.
Good stuff, boy.
Sometimes this life can get rough. You get knocked down, but you gotta get up. Keep going. I'd have been knocked down 1,000 times, yeah, I traveled around 1,000 miles, feeling so tired, but you know I can't stop now. Came way too far, won't throw in the towel. It ain't looking real good, but I won't give up. Pac said that I gotta keep my head up, so I ain't going nowhere. Yeah, I'm standing right here. Demons all around, but I ain't got no fear. You can kick me around, but I won't stay down. I run this town, ain't backing down. We going them rounds. Yeah, the winds will blow, but these roots too deep. I'm on my feet, the underdog, and I won't be beat. In the fire now, but I won't be burned. I was waiting for this, and now it's my turn. Sweat on my face, blood in my eyes. Been underground, now I aim for the sky. Don't quit now, you can last longer. All these wounds only making you stronger. Don't give up now, yeah, you gotta climb. Go and give it to all until the end, until the end. We ain't going nowhere. We'll be standing right here until the end of time. Till the end of time. We ain't going nowhere. We'll be standing right here until the end of time. Till the end of time. Until the end of time. come. Enemies in our face, but we ain't gon' run. Never drift off course, always stay on mission. Won't slow us down, cause we way too driven. Yeah, we put in these 10,000 hours. You won't stop us, cause we got the power. Whole world is watching, and I hope they ready. From here on out, we are legendary. You can kick me round, but I won't stay down. I run this town, ain't backing down. We going in rounds. Yeah, the winds will blow, but these roots too deep. I'm on my feet, the underdog, and I won't be beat. Turn the lights up now, welcome to the show. I ain't never gonna stop, this is all I know. My eyes on the prize, until I die. I'm gonna rise, level up to the skies. Yeah, we here now, we were chosen. All the pain brought us to this moment. Watch everything we work for fall in line. We gon' give it our all until the end of time. We ain't going nowhere. We'll be standing right here until the end of time. Till the end of time. We ain't going nowhere. We'll be standing right here until the end of time. Till the end of time. Until the end of time. Till the end of time. We ain't going nowhere. We'll be standing right here until the end of time. Until the end of time. We ain't going nowhere. We'll be standing right here until the end of time. Till the end of time. Until the end of time. Till the end of time.
Welcome back, everybody, to Breakout Esports Masters Series. My name is Artie, his name is Rio, and we are here to bring the second game of today, and that's going to be LRC versus Grief Party.
Yeah, it should be pretty fun. LRC is a known name, and Grief Party is a new team, but they are made up with a couple of players that we've seen before. Who were the two that we saw?
Absolutely, that's going to be NetX and MXKX. They have Carnifex as their third, and Carnifex is a well-known player. And so NetX and MXKX have played together in this event before. I believe all the players have played together before. Not sure if they stacked before, but NetX is a returning star of the show here for today, and we're going to see what this team is going to be able to do up against a team like LRC. Now, LRC actually has Kelcam subbing in for them today. You might remember LRC from the incredible player Nason. Nason, the French absolute crazy guy with all of the defib kills that you have seen here on the Masters Series. So it's going to be an explosive match, to say the least. This might as well be the grand finals right here.
Yeah, and I do vividly remember that defib kill, and I would be excited to see it again. No pressure, but make us excited, make us proud.
I think that Nason has hit 3 defib kills in this series already. It's kind of crazy. And so, hey, we're starting off on Seoul. The least picked map is going to be the one to start on here. These teams are high tier teams. And so to start off on Seoul means that they have something cooking. Not only that, but next map going to be CIS Horizon. I love a good CIS Horizon map too. Just like we just saw before, it can get crazy. And the decider on Skyway, couldn't think of a better place to have map 3.
Yeah, I can't believe we're seeing Seoul come out. I think that's just fun to see the differences, and really 2 good teams playing on this should make it just supremely exciting, and tons of destruction, tons of just fighting. And as I mentioned earlier, this is a map that has a lot of verticality, a lot of height that you don't see, a lot of like really long distances, and it's easy to see why it gets banned the most. So it should be easy to see why I'm so excited to see it first. Followed up by CIS Horizon, which is just everybody's favorite at this point, and then finally the decider on Skyway Stadium. Just kind of good games all around, and I think that LRC and Grief Party are going to give us a great match.
Absolutely. And but it is going to be Grief Party. NetX and MXKX are probably one of the most compacted duos I've seen in the finals. Synergy with your team is everything. And, LRC having a sub might throw things off a little bit. Now, again, I don't know how NetX and MXKX are, how in tune they are with their new third, but the biggest thing is going to be that this is still the lower bracket run. Whoever wins still has work to do, but if I were Team No Idea, if I were Mr. Derp's team, I'd be watching this match very, very closely, because your opponent is going to come from this matchup here, and they're going to have to throw everything at the table in order to make sure they have a competitive edge to stay in. And so whoever comes out of this taking on No Idea afterwards, No Idea, you better be doing your homework right now.
You better find an idea.
Better have an idea, right?
There
Exactly. But yeah, so it's always going to come down to what kind of play style we can expect from these teams. Now, I know that NetX is a good switch between heavy and medium. He can play both when it is needed. Has been preferring the heavy in these events recently. So if we do see NetX pull out the heavy, NetX is one of the players that will often switch between Lewis Gun and SA-1216, depending on the map. And on Seoul, obviously, it's going to be a good Lewis Gun map, maybe even a good M60 map. I know that players are actually pulling out the other LMG, given the fact that the Lewis Gun just gets nerf after nerf.
Yeah,
we
so
have
sad.
seen it come through in competitive play a little bit, but time will tell, right? Once we get into character select, we can actually see what we got to work with.
Yep. And I don't think we're going to see any more lights. They're already pretty rare, but I do love seeing good light gameplay. But also mediums and heavies, they definitely keep the mix interesting as well. Like you said about the Lewis Gun, it used to be one of my favorites, but it just pulls so weird to the left now that I just don't think it's viable after you hold down for more than a few shots, and it just makes it really impactful for when you need to kind of stay concentrated on a group of people. Yeah. So we'll see.
All
It
right.
looks like.
So Carnifex is a light player here.
Wow.
This is interesting to see. NetX is pulling out the heavy with the shield, and if we go ahead and check the other side on Grief Party, I do believe that I saw for a brief moment heavy double medium. Yep, there it is. So we're not going to be seeing. Oh wait, I don't see. Oh, so Kelcam is not actually on LRC today. He is on the roster as a sub, but it looks like he doesn't need to go in just yet. So this is going to be the classic LRC roster here. Double medium heavy up against Grief Party's medium heavy light.
Yeah, and it looks like we do have the suspended structure, or I forget what it's called, where the middle of the map is all lifted. I think under construction is maybe what it's called. And we see that LRC is the first one to open the vault. Grief Party kind of gets set up. It seems like everyone now is just bringing along the glitch barrel. It's so impactful. It's just kind of like a thing you see it, grab it. And we just see Grief Party just kind of holding out. I think they're not going to push until the vault is completely open. They're getting set up because they know that LRC is probably going to come this way towards them. And if not, they're in kind of a good position to kind of watch wherever they are. We see LRC jumping across the bridge, which I'm curious will stay standing for much longer.
It's huge, but yeah, MXKX barely makes it across. Very James Bond-esque there. Huge port made there as the portal actually opens up a very good opportunity to trade height out here. But look at that! Oh my god, Grief Party almost had the largest brain play I've seen all day, and this is the first team fight. He baited the barrel. He baited Grief Party to cross all the way over to the hospital before yeeting the barrel back to the other side where his team was waiting. Only one member of LRC pushed over to the hospital to make them think it was going to be a B push, but instead they were waiting for the A cash out. Such a huge brain play to start the day off. That sets the tone for what's coming next.
We see Grief Party starting to push in. They're holding off, going after Heavy, trying to chip him down. Heavy's just getting pushed further and further away, and I think he's going to actually jump that away, just try and save. Doesn't get it. Black goes down. And MX just kind of takes the win and gives the cat voice a couple of times because that was definitely impactful.
It was almost
kill.
a good stagger from LRC because remember they lost one of their players early on, and I think that what they were hoping was to buy enough time for him to coin in, but by that point you're still trading off having too many players, not available for that team fight when you need all of them, and so it was just off. The timing could have worked out. But still a big start to the day here. LRC might need to change some things up going forward, but I like where their head's at already. We do see that the crane is going down, so Grief Party doesn't have to worry about height. They have the pad ready here. The pad gets taken away early. No way to jump on for that damage. Artifact's going to go down to low HP, has to disengage from the fight. We are going to see MXKX go down. That means that there's no heals remaining at the time, but as Carnifex drops as well, we just have NetX holding out the last bastion of the Heavy. Unfortunately, he's going to be stuck in the vault animation, can't get back up in time, and that is going to be LRC winning this team fight.
Yeah, and this is kind of what I remember from LRC. Like, they can really just dive onto a point and assert their dominance, and we see that just happen again. They might have lost the first fight in the vault to Grief Party, but they definitely have some staying power.
I tried to drop on the fucking Heavy, bro. Like, he was also stunned, by the way, and I'm just shooting him in the face,
MXKX really has some great aim. I was watching him just destroy everything around him. That F-car really has some good damage it can do on it, and it's pretty exciting to see somebody like that behind it.
I'm 1 HP.
Oh, absolutely, and check this out. The damage output is coming through. Unfortunately, NetX can't get healed up. They're just focusing on trying to at least win the team fight here. They know that, before they started that cash fight, they knew that it wasn't going to end in a seal, so at the very least, just do your best to win the team fight, to get a little bit more aim practice in before the next one. Looks like NetX, though, is going to be able to recover a little bit. Carnifex doing his best to actually make this work out for the team. Good stun there. The res is coming through. You just have to disengage at that point. But it looks like MXKX can get soft res back up, and, while it wasn't the team fight that we wanted, it was the team fight we needed.
1 minute.
Yeah, that's a great way of putting it. And that chase at the end, you can see that they're really eager to kind of get the kills and still show that they are able to at least bring down the enemy team, and then show them that maybe the losing the vault is more just a random chance than anything. It really just kind of shows and flexes their skill. We see them getting set up, and mega damage is enabled. Vault 2, let's see if it has any impact. And it is a little weird. The Grief Party is just not going towards it, the entire team. We see MXKX just holding off. Here, I'm guessing he's waiting for LRC to kind of charge at him, or getting set up so that they can take it directly to Vault C, which they're right next to.
I heard him hospital.
I wish that we had the LRC. I wish we had their POV, because I think that we missed a Nasan defib kill in the last team fight. So he's already pulled it out. The first team fight, it's kind of insane. Also, look at how the crane
Because I heard
fell.
a window shot.
It's so rare to see the crane fall in a way that's useful, and it actually fell to make a bridge all the way over to the data center. That's super funny.
Yeah, there is a skillful way to do that, or at least most of the time. I have never been able to pull it off, but it is cool to see when it does turn into its own little bridge. And we see MXKX set up. He gets an RPG, but it doesn't do a lot of damage, kind of hit the side of him. Both teammates are getting shot at. There's a lot of pouncing going on.
Where?
Gas is down. The vault has started.
They have no bubble, no pads.
Yeah, and remember, LRC, they have to find where MXKX is holding out. You'll notice that Grief
might have
Party is
another
basically
path, by the
playing
way.
Protect the President to
Yeah,
keep
they
their
did,
healer
they
up,
did.
and MXKX is doing everything to make sure that he's not going to get caught off guard. But as LRC tries to set up in a way to try and get a cheeky steal on Cash Out, we are going to see that their heavy is left alone out of nowhere. Now, we do see the rest of the team come through the back. Big glitch grenade going to make no healing worth it. That means we just get full aim coming out of MXKX here. He's going to be able to take out 2 there. 1 player left on LRC, and as the player on LRC does get the kill on the Carnifex, we don't even have to waste the fib. We've got just enough time here to go for the soft res while NetX chases down to get that heavy on heavy action. Now, we'll see MXKX and Carnifex reset up on the point here. Remember, this is going to be a modified version of Quick Cash to get that last round feel, but that means that there's infinite coins and those coin timers are a little bit faster. So members of LRC gonna be already back in action, coining back in, and that is why we see the team avoiding the rest of that team fight and just getting ready to set back up for the next fight.
I don't see it on studio or farm.
Yeah, absolutely. I don't know if they really have a lot of time. LRC needs to dive on it pretty quick. And Grief Party's got a great setup already. They've got a nice barricade. Their team, Grief Party's pretty spread out, shockingly. But I guess it works in their advantage when they can kind of get together real quick and just kind of stop the steal. Steal is trying to happen.
Oh,
get the heavy
huge
down.
portal! MXKX takes Carnifex's portal and pops up into the heavens. Gonna pop the gas here. Gas is gonna pop him back, but that's gonna be all right. They get the 10K, and now we're on to the last vault. But wow, huge portal play there.
What is that again?
Yeah, and honestly, both teams are pretty evenly matched. This is quite the showdown, honestly. It looks like Grief Party might be able to get to this vault next. They are spawned right near it. But he does have 2 teammates down, and it'll depend on how closely they spawn to him. Actually, no, it seems like LRC was able to open it.
Other one, Luto.
Everything should be POV.
Ooh, and there we go. Spoiler is going to go down first here. Vault fight already not looking too good for LRC. They're not in a good place to go and get that res. And as Blacks goes down as well, we find ourselves in a good early team wipe here for Grief Party. And that means that hospital cash out is now a viable option. This is going to be so difficult for LRC because this is basically the castle. This is a setup for Grief Party. However, the foggy event on Seoul here, the foggy weather pattern, makes it extremely hard to keep a good eye on where LRC might be coming from. Not only that, but the crane is still in play. Let's see if that barrel is going to be enough. We got one more try to knock down that crane, but those red barrels getting ever so unstable. Looks like it's not actually going to work the way you want it to. It means that they're going to have to spend another little bit of time to try and get this crane off. They just need one to hit where it needs to. There it is. Crane is down. Makes it a little bit easier. Oh, and just in time too, it looks like LRC was setting up to try and use the crane.
Yeah, and this really is a castle. It's one of the hardest areas to, attack from because you can just drop it and it's on another floor. You can set up every room is a hospital room, so it's just kind of not the best spot for where you want to be attacking from. Defensive wise, they're in a really good position. As the time just starts to tick away, we're already a quarter of the way in. And LRC is still a good distance away, and they are just not getting up.
Oh, they take the jump pad here, but are they going to be able to survive the way up? Oh, spoiler, goes down, and he is not going to be easily resable all the way out in the middle of the open. Black's going to be able to stay up here. The res does come through, but he's going to get taken out once more by Carnifex. Now, it looks like LRC threw a barricade in the door to prevent Grief Party from chasing after them, but they have a jump pad ready to go, getting back up onto the roof. The question is LRC going to be able to do this with just 2 players? They're going to try to get in for the steal here. MXKX working out exactly where to enter from. The seal going to come through, but one more player going to go down. Nason, now Carnifex just has to go for the stun. He gets the stun off. That means Black gets killed anymore. He takes out MXKX. Carnifex is on the other side, though, with NetX. They're going to take out Blacks. It's not going to be a team wipe, though. One player still up. Oh, no, is it a team wipe? Is that just a visual bug? Yeah, there is still one player up. There he is, and he got the res off as well. But Nason's going to go back down here. Spoiler, good for one, but that is going to be the end. He doesn't even get the one. That's going to be the end of the game.
Yeah, and honestly, we saw a lot of the damage happen as soon as they hit that jump pad. And for people that don't play a lot of FPSs, when you're in the air and somebody has decent aim, it really lets you kind of get hone in on them, because you can start tracking their trajectory and where they're going to kind of start going down, and it makes it a really easy target. But it was the only way that they were able to jump and make the distance, because otherwise they would just be stuck on the bridge. So it's kind of one of those, like, throw it down, but know that you're going to take some damage from it. And unfortunately, they just weren't able to recover from that. There was some great gameplay from Grief Party. Honestly, really shocked to see. I thought LRC was going to be in control and in charge this whole game, and they just let it slip.
Yeah, it's one of those things where, you know, if you don't have a light player and you don't have that portal, you're losing out on so much value just in that one cash out spot. Because on Soul, and this is why so many people ban Soul, is for that cash out specifically. Because if you start it there, you're going to end it there. It is so difficult to find your way across that green open funnel space unless you have a jump pad. But even then, like you said, it's just aim labs at that point. And MXKX, you know that this person, he plays his grid shot, but he also plays his tracking training as well. That's going to be the end of map 1, but we got another map coming soon. Let's see where this is going to take us and what the difference is going to be between the setups. Looks like the setups are going to be the same. We are in now in the POV of LRC. Yeah, we are the POV of LRC here. Vault 1 already started from Grief Party, but Grief Party nowhere to be seen after getting it started.
Yeah, looks like LRC has the early lead. The vault is spawned on a weird area, kind of in the middle of that top area. Makes it hard to get around that corner, and you can really set up defensively. LRC looks like they're going to grab the vault and running away from it. They're going straight to vault, or to cash out A. Pretty much uncontested. They just seem to have gotten in and gotten out. I'm curious to see what Grief Party is even thinking right now.
Absolutely, but there's cash out A, and well, if Grief Party is watching the vault, which I know they are, they know that it's going to be cash out A, which means Grief Party not far behind. They might be going for an underbelly approach and dropping the cash out with C4. They might try to go on this outside area or just from the other side of the building. But time will tell as Grief Party tries to make their way in. Looks like LRC is sweating. They have no idea. But the APS not going to go out yet, not going to be committed at the moment. Instead, they are just holding out, waiting for Grief Party to show their face.
I think Grief Party has to drop it at this point. I mean, it's such a hard area to push into this corner that they need to go down from the conference room to the lower level just to have that more open area. It's just such a hard area to push into, and especially with the two APS turrets, it kind of stops the RBG push. And we do see them starting to chip away from the bottom, and we can see Nason healing and just kind of keeping his team in check. But
there we go. I think that they realize. Yeah, and LRC just realized that they are going to have to prevent the drop here. That's why we see the APS get moved right on top of the cash out. And Grief Party, well, they have got no other options but to go in through that front door. So they're going to try. The mesh barrier are going to be doing a little bit here, but unfortunately, we see NetX taking so much damage. But the glitch is going to go off. This is going to mean one healer is unavailable at the current moment, but that wears off faster than it starts. Carnifex is going to go down. A good trade here. NetX also going down. And there's MXKX. Unfortunately, they weren't able to find a way in, and that's a free cash out one for LRC.
Yeah, I don't know what they were doing. They really just needed to drop it down because this top area is just so hard. It's a little tiny bunker in itself, unless you can jump in from behind. I don't know why they took the kind of like, let's come in on the side. It just did not work out for them, and like you said, it is a free cash out for LRC. LRC did do great at holding defensively here, but again, it's one of the more easier spots in my opinion.
Absolutely. It's a really good showing for LRC to start things off. They wanted to come in strong after losing Soul, but at the same time, Grief Party not too worried at the moment. They still got 2 more cash outs to fight out here, but as NetX goes down first in this opening team fight, Grief Party might have to just kiss this one goodbye as well and just go reset up at a cash out. I don't think they'll be maintaining control over this vault for too much longer.
Nason is having out the defib, so I think we might see another play in just a little bit. Because nobody is down, and he just constantly pulls those out. There's the teleport, and they're able to really clear a lot of distance, and they just chucked that vault. And they should be able to kind of get it.
Oh, huge team fight here. NetX doing some work here. MXKX taking out Spoiler as well. Nason narrowly escapes with his life here. Tries to go for the defib. Does end up working out, but it looks like Grief Party just has too much control at the current moment. That's going to be the vault coming back into the hands of Grief Party. It was all part of the plan all along.
Yeah, that was actually unexpected. They took that fight really aggressively, just like overly confident, I would say, and it kind of bit them. The Grief Party was able to kind of hold back and get the kills that they needed. And here we see Nason jumping back into it, has his team with him, and they're going to run. And I'm curious what they take. They're going to take a slow approach, or if they're just going to barge in and kind of go explosive.
Absolutely. It's going to be, just a sign of the times of how they're able to get in. If it's going to be early, if they're going to get stopped a little bit abruptly by MXKX, then maybe they're not going to be able to, take the time that they need to set up for this approach. But if they can kind of get in without any friction, then they'll have enough time to sort of set up a true plan here. But Cash Out B on this point is so hard to get into. Campus is such a difficult area to find an easy in, so dropping it is kind of the only option, and this is exactly what Grief Party should have done that first time around. Look at that. The APS, the shields, it's just enough to get the steal off in time. Nason Black's going down to half HP. Black does get taken out. Nason quick to try and find an entry with the paddles, but he's not going to be able to. He gets caught out by Carnifex here. 1 player remaining for LRC here in the opening fight.
Yeah, they were able to steal it, but it didn't work out for them because they didn't get enough kills to begin with. And at that time, Grief Party was able to kind of swoop back in and just stop them. They're easily going to get this steal back. And the 2 people that are up for Grief Party for LRC are just kind of hiding until Blacks was able to respawn. Blacks is now back into play, and we see them starting to go back because they really have to run or they're about to lose this vault as well.
Oh yeah, I think we just briefly saw a glimpse of Grief Party. They're on the height here, gonna try to jump back in on top of everybody. And there it is. Black's gonna start off strong by taking out Carnifex here. NetX trades out to take out Spoiler, but it's just a 1-on-3. Not gonna work out. The steal comes through at the last possible second, and that's going to be a quick win for LRC, bringing us all the way to Skyway for map 3.
Wow, you'd love to see it. They definitely kind of learned from what they did wrong in the last match, and were able to kind of come back and show what I was expecting from them in the last match. So that was a great matchup, and I think this 3rd round will show us kind of who is the leader of these 2 teams.
Yeah, super unfortunate for Grief Party there. They weren't able to find an in. Again, on that first cash out, if you drop it early on, then that would have at least given enough time for LRC to, stumble around and maybe not get a good entry. And on that second one, well, it was just down to that last team fight. They won 2 team fights at the beginning of that cash out, but it always comes down to that last cash out. That last one is the one that matters the most, and unfortunately for them, it didn't quite work out. But hey, we're going to be seeing map 3, and if I know that these 2 teams are competitive, well, I think that we're going to see cash out 3 on map 3. What are your predictions for Skyway Stadium?
I definitely think that this will go to the last cash out. I think that both teams are pretty evenly matched, and shockingly so. Grief Party can hold their own, but LRC kind of has that blast in, and they know when to retreat and kind of not just commit and get a team wipe. We saw that happen in the last game where they lost 2 people, pulled off until they got reset. And I just kind of expect that we're going to see more great plays like that. A lot of good teamwork, basically.
Absolutely. And it does look like we're going to be having a pretty standard mode of Skyway Stadium. Don't have to worry about anything too crazy here. No up, down, left, right. Standard case here for the map, and as we get that standard spawn, that also means no large risen middle structure. We're going to be getting the most vanilla version of this map possible, and we see LRC sprinting to the vault, glitch barrel in hand already. I think there's no big change-ups here, and Nason going to be sticking to the model 1887. Good to see, and the defibs already out and ready to go. Now, the 1887 on this map is a dodgy pick because Grief Party decides to go for any of the interior cash outs later into this match. Could be difficult, but look at this. Immediate damage going to pop through, but it's not going to be enough. Nason actually can't stick up to it. He gets res here, but is it going to be enough? Looks like Nason is going to be able to do a little bit of work here. NetX and MXKX are already down, so only up to their light player. And nowhere to be seen. Good escape from Grief Party. LRC taking control of the first vault.
Yeah, I think that the shotgun, the model 1887, is really kind of, it came in clutch there because you saw him just jump in. The first shot he got from the air, and then the second shot he was right in the medium's face and just kind of blasted him away. They did get the trade, but immediately res back up by his teammate, and you can see them now running over to cash out A. And I think that they're going to get this uncontested. I think that Grief Party might meet them here, but they're definitely going to get the first start.
Yep, and as we see cash out A on the top of the office building here, Nason gonna scout around for glitch barrel. Luckily, there's one close enough. And this is going to be where things start to heat up. Grief Party, nowhere to be seen, but it's going to be an interesting approach. They might have to, treat this like that first match and try and drop it down. Look at that. They start off strong, taking out the heavy, but remember, you got 2 mediums to deal with. If they can't glitch out the mediums, that means that a defib might be in their near future. Instant damage as NetX goes down to that shotgun super early on. We're going to see if they can get the res, but I don't think that Grief Party's going to be able to find the res before LRC does. But look at that. MXKX and Carnifex dealing damage to both the mediums. No res coming through for LRC. That's a Grief Party win.
Yeah, that was great. I mean, they just kind of jumped in there, and LRC tried to get the distance on them, but I'm amazed that Grief Party was kind of able to hop in there and take it back. Now it's really about the setup. Can they set up, hold it? Because LRC is kind of known for being the explosive and get in there and take control. They definitely have enough time to hop in and kind of get the setup. They don't have to dive on the point. They should have a little bit, and we actually see the fight happening a good distance away. Grief Party was ready and set up for them. And we see the bulk of the fight's going to happen in this middle of the area of the building, and I think that they're going to have to drop it.
Drop it down. Yep, and they're starting off with the dome to try and bait out the engagement. And look at that, there is a little bit of a split. Nason goes up to the top there. Both mediums going to go down. This is difficult for LRC as they're down to just a heavy, already at half HP. Now, he will be able to find a kill on MXKX here, but there's just too much damage to pull off. A 1v2, maybe, but a 1v3, not gonna happen. And we see Grief Party, they're gonna have to reset up again because now it's not on the roof anymore. Try to find one more, but at the very least, I don't think there's gonna be much to worry about. LRC running out of time. In fact, I think it is impossible at this point, so they're just going to reset up for the next vault.
Yep, that's the smart play. I mean, just running in there and dying just doesn't make sense. Even if they're able to get a few kills off, it just doesn't set them up properly for this next vault. And hopefully that they've got a good spawn near it. I can't tell how far away it is, but I think that LRC will be able to get to it first. But I'm not sure what they're doing now. They're just kind of set up inside this one building. I guess they're waiting to intercept it for when Grief Party passes them, but it's still quite a gamble to take.
Especially given the fact that Grief Party, they're running the light with the portals. So, they're kind of banking on this. And, I mean, hey, It kind of worked out in the fact that they did meet Grief Party. Did not work out in the fact that Spoiler went down first. Black's at half HP. Nason missing the shotgun shots that he needs to hit here. But what is this? Wait a second. It just worked out at the very end there. I was convinced that Grief Party was going to be able to win that fight, but two well-placed headshots from Nason 808. That model 1887 does so much damage.
Yep. Yeah, it's all about that close encounters, and they were set up for it. They waited in that building, and yeah, that was quite impressive. Quite some big brain moves right there, where they were able to kind of hold off and knew that they would have to walk past them. And I guess the audio cues are kind of what let them off that they were close. They put a jump pad down, hopped up, and were able to get the first kill, and just damage after damage after damage. They did lose one teammate in the process, but they were able to get him back and then just wipe the team. They're in a good spot as they head to vault.
Yeah, Cash Out B not gonna get started here as they get cut off. MXKX with the opening shots here. NetX getting a kill as well, leaving just one medium. But hey, when it's a medium up, that means it could be Res City. And look at that, soft res gonna come through as Grief Party takes control of the vault. And it looks like they took a portal as well, all the way out. And but look at this, no, they didn't take a portal at all. Instead, they tried to save the fight. NetX, MXKX, down. Well, just up to the light player on Grief Party, and as Cash Out B gets started, there's no one left to defend it. So LRC going to be in a good situation here, but Spoiler gets taken out. Black's on half HP. Grief Party not out of the running yet as they're about to coin back in. Carnifex coming through with some instant stun and instant damage. Now it's down to a 1v3 in the favor of Grief Party here. Wait, there is going to be Spoiler back up, who does have the ability to heal up the heavy. Let's see how this turns out. Big damage here. Big heals as well from Spoiler. Will they be able to sustain through the three-team battle? But no, Artifacts dealing some damage. Here comes Nason back in the fight. Blacks might get taken out here, but Grief Party, they're still up and running. Look at this, one more res coming through. This is the sustain of that double medium. Nason using the defib for heals instead of kills this time. We run through the flames here with that shotgun, dealing some damage, taking out Carnifex. Not taking out MXKXOs. And wow, they are going to be able to do some damage. And once again, LRC traded out into the team wipe. That was the most complex fight I've ever seen.
Yeah, I was amazed at the amount of times that people went down, got rezzed, got pulled in, pulled out of fighting. It was quite pretty much chaos. Now LRC has to just dive on this point, and I think by the time they get there, this might be almost over. They have the jump pads and they're going to get good distance, but still they are like 100 meters away, and they have to run over there. And by the time they even get on it, they're just getting chip damage from the roof. It's not looking good for LRC at this point.
Yeah, this is starting off really, really good, and I think that's the end of the game, honestly, for LRC. Is Grief Party 2-0s, and hey, I guess we just eat our words here. We lose out on that third cash out that we were so confident that we were going to see, but that just goes to show how strong Grief Party is on the on Skyway Stadium as a third map. That is incredible performance as they locked it down every time. But yeah, that was such an insane last fight, given the fact that it started off as a 1v3 with one player on LRC and three players up on with MXKX going out early on. The defibs have, there's so much happened that I'm actually gonna have to rewatch this and take notes to try and figure out the pacing of that fight, because that was just so much.
It's something you're going to have to watch on half speed because so much happened. And there's some really smart plays there because we saw not every respawn was a defib. There was actually a couple teammates that waited the entire timer, and that fight just kept happening and kept evolving, that they were able to kind of coin back in, get back in the fight, and then re-res teammates. And it was just really great gameplay overall. And I'm kind of shocked that LRC wasn't able to take the lead on that fight, and that Grief Party just stole the win, and in 2-0 right in that match. Just amazing gameplay.
Yeah, you know, we had actually all types of respawns there. So we had the soft reses where you hold and you res over time. We had defibs, we had coins, and we had team wipe respawns. Every single type of respawn possible in one team fight is crazy.
Yeah, from both teams too. Like it wasn't just one team that was doing
Yeah,
all this.
from
Yeah,
both teams. But yeah, so absolutely insane. And you know, to see LRC get knocked out this early as well, huge. So big shouts to Grief Party, who are going to be going up against No Idea. That is going to be an insane fight to watch, and we are going to watch that fight after this break.
Stall if we can, stall if we can. I gave you the pattern, Alex.
So they're all one.
1 minute dead.
Body up. Where is the medium?
One dead.
This medium slow, no, on my ping.
He's at 2. One dead. 1 HP, nice.
The medium is up, below. Shoot the medium.
I'm dropping here.
Go.
Let's go. I'm breaking a wall.
3 bars.
Splash.
Nice.
Pour l'instant, je peux pas heal.
Calme, on est bon encore.
T'as barricade, attends. À gauche, attends. Carnifex, low.
Il reste plus que le minion. Plus que le minion, plus que la presse. Mort le light.
Middle sur mort. Vas-y, vol. T'as quel vol.
C'est bon. Plus là.
Il est glitch piqué. Oh merde. Vol, il est low.
Je peux pas le
voir. Le LED devant moi.
Ouais, je peux pas. Oh, il a un HP. Il remonte sur.
Le bar.
Tuile.
Vas-y, j'ai 2 balles.
C'est une mauvaise.
Il dit un HP.
Un HP. Mort. Oh lolo.
Oh, d'un nom. Laser. La pixel. Ça a pris 20 000 dollars.
Pas de
Non, il a un HP toujours sur mon corps. Il monte en haut.
Le light, le poids arrive.
À bas. Un HP.
Yeah. They hate when you elevate. They stacking up losses, I'm handing them out, yeah, I had to go delegate. It feel like I'm floating, I'm lost in the moment, I swear I could levitate. They never believed that I would really fly, I had to go demonstrate. I had to set them straight. They hate when you elevate. Elevate, elevate. They hate when you elevate. Elevate, elevate. Yeah. They hate when you elevate. Elevate, elevate. They hate when you elevate. Yeah. I had to elevate. I'm way too fly. Yeah, I'm feeling myself. Ain't no chance I'm coming down, no. Got a soul view to myself. Yeah. Why would I give it up? Why do they wanna come take my place? I work too hard for it, don't need a replacement. This my vocation. Now I got rollies all in rotation. Hop on a jet just to take a vacation. Remember the moments was trapped in the basement. Now the hard work is all taking me places. Water on bed like we trapped in the matrix. Bet on myself and go ball out in Vegas. Living a life like I'm rich and I'm famous. Don't see the grind that I know that it came with. I ain't make it this far for myself. I had to prove to everybody else. I had to set them straight. Yeah, I had to boss. I had to renovate. I know they hate when you elevate. They stacking up losses, I'm handing them out. Yeah, I had to go delegate. It feel like I'm floating, I'm lost in the moment. I swear I could levitate. They never believed that I would really fly. I had to go demonstrate. I had to set them straight. They hate when you elevate. Elevate, elevate. They hate when you elevate. Elevate, elevate. Yeah, they hate when you elevate. Elevate, elevate. They hate when you elevate. Yeah, I had to elevate. Ooh, yeah. Why they wanna bring me down? So much drip, yeah, I almost drowned in it. I can't give it down. Yeah, I'm way too fired up. I can't simmer down. Ooh, yeah. I see the flashing lights. Make sure the fashion right. Yeah, I'm in my bag tonight. Yeah. Ooh, I might just pull up a foreign. Watch out, the engine is roaring. It's too loud, you can ignore it. Yeah. This the high life with a few. Yeah. You can have it all, no need to choose. Yeah. First, let me demonstrate how you can rise to the top. Yeah, I had to elevate. Yeah.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Breakout Masters Series event for the finals. This is Open Qualifier number 4. This is the last qualifier for Split 1, and this is Rio. And I'm Artie. Nice to see you. And well, we've had some intense games, Rio, haven't we?
Yep. Yeah, really exciting and pretty much upsets as well. Like the teams that I had predicted coming into it and just taking control have been kind of turned on its head. I thought Frog 3 would win. I thought LRC would win. So I'm 0 for 2 right now on picking teams, at least on my bracket. But that's what you love to see. You love to see the teams kind of get in there and just show you something unexpected, and that's definitely what we got at the start.
Exactly. And now we're going to be seeing No Idea come through and playing up against Grief Party. It is going to be an intense battle, to say the least, especially given the fact that No Idea and Grief Party both have some of NA's best talent. So I'm very excited to see. And again, this is just the lower bracket. We're still not even into the upper bracket yet. And so this is the loser semifinal. See who is going to be going up against the loser of the winners final. And this is a huge match, right? Because this is basically the last chance they'll get to prove themselves worthy here for Qualifier 4 between No Idea and Grief Party. Let's go ahead and see the map picks and bans and see what we'll be playing on. It's going to be CIS Horizon to start things off. Hey, we've been seeing some good performance on CIS Horizon. I am happy if we see CIS Horizon every single game, because I've said it before, Rio, I'll say it again. CIS Horizon, one of the most beautiful maps in gaming, period.
I definitely agree. It's definitely one of the most beautiful. My only complaint is the red rooms, because when I play on my screen, it just hurts my eyes. But red rooms aside, I think that it's a great map. and just has a lot of potential in it. And the one curious thing is that it is the only map without any variations. So you always get that vanilla map again and again. And it does make sense why teams can pick it and kind of get used to it. But I have heard from the Reddit rumors that they are introducing variations next season. So this might all change, especially if CIS Horizon gets completely reworked for this new map. Next up, we have they've picked Las Vegas, which I've mentioned before is really quite an interesting map to pick and gets banned a lot because it does have kind of big, wide open areas. So maybe we'll see more use of the teleporter, just to kind of clear those spaces and just make sure that they can get from point A to point B without just getting chipped away. And finally, the decider is on Skyway Stadium. Skyway Stadium is always a fun one to watch. Last time we saw it in the vanilla, but maybe we'll get the suspended structures or something different, a variation of Skyway Stadium.
Absolutely. And yeah, the thing about CIS Horizon just being so vibrant is that it's the only time that I've actually chosen which cash out to go based on the color of the room alone. So to be honest, with No Idea and Grief Party, these are teams that are pushing light, medium, heavy. And if we do end up seeing one of the teams pushing a double medium, it'll be very interesting to see if they're going to be continuing with that throughout the series, or if they're just going to be sticking to that for CIS Horizon.
Yeah, and just the different playstyles that you'll have on it. I'm curious if we'll see any more lights. I'm not so sure, but it'll kind of all be determined here in whenever we get started.
Yeah, and I mean, hey, there is so many people that still doubt the lights, but look at it this way. Not a single double medium heavy team has won today. These are 2 LMH teams that we've been seeing come through. 3 LMH teams that we've seen today already.
Yeah, that's actually a really good point. And I think that that's the way the game is supposed to be designed. Like you can't have all these mixes, but having a good variation of people that can just do different things, can go faster, can have those different abilities, and just it's the spice of the game. It's what makes it interesting and more exciting to see. Definitely more than just like 2 pocket healers, in my opinion. There's still skill and merit there, but having a good mix definitely makes it more fun.
Exactly. It's a bunch of cool things that we can see get going. And again, starting on CIS Horizon, I'm very excited to see what these teams are going to pull through. And, there is a lot of opportunity for an upset here because no matter what happens, the teams that are going at it, they are well trained against each other. They scrim against each other all the time. These are NA. So we've got Vrake, Mr. Derp, and Acoustic, light, medium, heavy. And then we've, of course, got NetX, MXKX, and Carnifex on the LMH as well. So the first time we're seeing 2 light teams go head-to-head. And what's super cool about this is that we're going to be able to see these light teams go at it with slightly different approaches. Are we going to see LH1 versus MP5? I don't know. I didn't look, but we'll see it this time. Let's see.
Okay.
And here we get started. It looks like the rush to Vault 1 will probably be
on
taken by LRC.
right. I'm just taking the vent here as cover.
Tapping.
Can you,
And we can see them grabbing all of the utility, setting up the APS. They're getting in the high ground. And a lot of explosions are already happening. Good damage from far away.
They're going to shoot those
kind of
glitch
push
barrels,
towards
though,
the
right?
vault.
They're not
okay,
done.
I'm fighting right
Yeah,
side, I'm
Vault
fighting right
1
side.
being started off here by LR, I believe that we have
What's up?
the wrong names here.
Yeah,
It
that's
is, yeah, it is Team No Idea.
Broken.
And so Team No Idea gets the start off here, and check this out.
on me,
Jump
on me.
back over to No Idea and Grief Party. Grief Party here, taking some damage, taking some hits. No Idea starts off strong. Vrake taking out MXKX and putting that trophy in a place where Grief Party can't quite get to it.
Yeah, we see Grief Party getting the push. Their heavy goes down, and they're just kind of holding back.
Why did we drop
That's
Logan
going to be a
off the
No Idea wipe.
Yep.
Because
He actually
Yeah,
took the zip
yeah,
back.
Grief
Yeah,
Party
yeah,
looking
yeah.
super
What the
super
fuck,
strong
bro?
Too
here.
much in the open there, Mickey.
Yeah, they definitely had a great showing
Yeah,
last
yeah,
game,
no,
and I think that they just got that momentum going that they're able to hold on to. And I will be surprised if they don't walk away from this one as the winner.
But whatever, it's
Well,
fine.
yeah, I was in the air going on derp, but he was in a bubble. I can't.
I thought you said you couldn't take it, so I don't know, maybe it was my bad. I see them gonna
And
take
they
this
are,
big
Grief
pad.
Party is
They're
really
gonna
split
move
up right now. This is interesting because it just is
Went on
not
both
the
sides,
smart
both
play.
sides.
But I think that they're going to
Hold
rebunch
here,
together
hold here.
and
Don't give him
able to
space.
kind of hold off.
This door, this door.
Yeah, they're not on the point right now, but that's because they know that No Idea is across the way, and they start this team fight off pretty strong. I think that APS was in the most dangerous position it could have been, but luckily, No Idea did not get a chance. They had no idea that they could just jump in there that quick. We're going to be checking out Grief Party here as we jump back in to No Idea. They're going to wait for Vrake to get the respawn. Let's see. So they're waiting for Vrake to coin back in. They will have time for one team push, but look at Grief Party. They're setting up with glitch barrels. They're setting up on top with this is that staircase push. They're not breaking that staircase out just yet. Oh, here it is. Yep, they're getting ready for it. You put the pad on the side, you get the C4. When the cash out drops through, it hits the pad and goes out into no man's land. This is the meta for this. This is CIS Horizon's version of the Soul Hospital spawn.
Yeah, and we did see it last series where they just kind of sent it flying, and then once it's in the middle of nowhere, it just makes it so hard to push into without just getting destroyed.
I'm with you.
So I think that they're in a really good position right now. We see a lot of fighting starting to happen, and the vault might have bounced.
It looks like they tried to drop it, but I don't think it went the way that they were planning for it. Doesn't matter too much anyway, because Grief Party is absolutely damaging No Idea here. No Idea is going to be losing one here. Mr. Jerp and Acoustic both on half HP. The steal not going to quite come to fruition, though, and that is going to be Grief Party locking it down for the first cash out, even though it didn't pop all the way out of no man's land like they wanted it to.
Yeah, I think Grief Party's really just got this tenacity, this ambition that they're showing time and time again. It's quite interesting to see when one team goes down, they start backing up and they get into a corner, and as soon as you see it backing down and teammates going down, you just know it's over. And I see that again and again from the pushes from Grief Party. So it's kind of that asserting their dominance, and they're quite good at it.
Okay, I'm gonna no, make a pat on their face. No respect, bro. I'm not showing them respect.
Starting this off here, it looks like No Idea is getting the vault in their favor, but they jumped off of it to try and shoot Grief Party in the back. Did not quite work out. The APS eats NetX's RPG, but I don't think it's going to matter too much given the fact that they were able to get the team split up so much. And there's the medium going down here. No Idea now, no medium. Heavy also low HP. That's Mr. Derp getting out of here. A team wipe once more for Grief Party, and now they have control over the open vault too. They can dictate whether it goes to A or C.
Yeah, and that's honestly, Kelly, I felt like a sloppy fight. I think that No Idea might be a little flustered because they didn't even need to take that fight. I think it would have been better if they grouped up and set up for the push at C. Just let Grief Party get it started, come in there, take it down, and you'd have plenty of time. Now we've got a whole team wipe, and they've got to get set up. And because they wiped before the vault got started, they're going to be spawned really far away. And I just think that it's putting them in a not great position. We're going to see Grief Party getting set up. They throw the APS turret. They're at a great height advantage, and they're breaking all of the zip lines. And I think that they're going to have to do some jump pads, anything to get into the point. And they're just ready and waiting.
Yeah, and check this out. Cash out C is well underway, and No Idea has not gotten a good in. But look at this. They all set up inside here. Glitch barrel ready, but they are forgetting that Grief Party is not going to be anywhere near them in that building. But again, this is a good opportunity to talk about the fact that height isn't always going to be the best thing. Because look at this. Look at the opportunity that No Idea has just crafted for themselves here. Now, sure, Grief Party, they have height. They have the ability to drop on them, but they don't know where to drop. They don't know where No Idea is set up, and No Idea is trying to set up this faux safety net for Grief Party to try and dive in on the point. They're not fighting on the point, but Mr. Derp unfortunately going to be misreading the situation a little bit there. Opening RPG is going to be good, but the heals are going to be better. He's going to try to target the healer, but he gets cut off by the light. There we go. Light and medium are going to be traded on one side, light heavy on the other. Mr. Derp gets rezzed up. Last player standing for No Idea, and he's going to be able to take out NetX. A team wipe. No Idea coming in control of the cash out, and that is why height does not always matter
Absolutely, and that was really a great fight, and bringing both teams down to just one player at the end, and then No Idea was able to kind of swoop in and get it. Mr. Derp is quite a good heavy player. You can see him play a little bit, cautiously defensively, but once he gets aggressive and with that shotgun, he just really can clear some distance, clear some space, and they basically have secured cash out C, or yeah. So it's going to be one-on-one, and the next vault will kind of decide who takes it from here.
Absolutely. It had to come down to this. I think that for these next few games, we are going to continue to see this, right? Where it will go to cash out 3 on every single map. I think it'll go cash out 3, map 3 between these two titans of NA. But checking out what Grief Party's plans are, we can see that they're holding in up to the top of the vault here. They started the vault, they're playing off of it once again, and kind of putting No Idea's whole strategy in their own face. And No Idea, they did get a lucky team fight there with the timing, but Grief Party just looks more stable. Now, we don't see the light player right now. We don't know where Carnifex is going, but if I had to guess, it's going to be a portal play to try and, at the very least, get a portal to move that vault all the way over to A. And that would be the right move here, because No Idea, they're set up in a good position to catch them off guard if they don't do that.
They have TP?
Yeah, and we're seeing some really slow gameplay right now. Both teams are a little cautious. They're kind of hiding. They're kind of turtling a little bit because it's very kind of out in the open. And whichever team pushes in is going to leave themselves exposed.
But they go out in the open here. This is going to be a terrible opportunity. I think No Idea might just RPG him if they spot Grief Party out in the middle of the open like this. And wait, look at this. So Grief Party, they're going all the way around the outside.
Yeah.
They come around from behind.
Wow.
They left the vault and just tried to go for this flank. What a play! And that's going to be some intense damage going through. MXKX dropping down, but it's going to be a full wipe for Team No Idea. Grief Party really putting the grief into their name.
Yeah, that was a smart play. I'm amazed how it kind of turned out, but yeah, definitely unexpected. They knew what they were getting set up for, and they just came around, and now they're going to get Vault into cash out D.
That is such an insane play because this is a very common thing that I see in my ranked games where teams will just tunnel vision on the vault and not pay attention to where the actual players are, and that's a common tactic to see in ranked. But in a tournament like this, I am so surprised that Grief Party found the opening to cross the street without getting caught out by No Idea. That being said, No Idea, they're going to be very quick on this comeback here. They're on the top of campus trying to find a good way in. Glitch barrel in hand, going to be sent all the way across. I don't think it hit where it needed to, though. So they're going to try and find some openings with that RPG. RPG going to hit, but it's not going to do quite as much damage as they wanted it to. Glitch not going to be doing as much either as we see the dome come through, but there's NetX going down. They lose Acoustic, and they lose the light. No Idea just down to one heavy player. Heavy versus medium. Who's going to be able to take the win here? Mr. Derp almost goes down. Going to have to take the time to try to find a res here. No Idea is sustaining a little bit, but Grief Party, where are their team? It's going to be MXKX as the last player standing, but the question is MXKX going to be able to get in time when his teammates coin back?
Yeah, I think that No Idea kind of has at least this steal, and by the time that they come in and dive onto it, it's going to be pretty close. It's going to be really just one good push is all that they're going to have.
Also, I have 0 game on
Big steal here from No Idea. Grief Party, both team members have coined back in, so it's a full 3v3 once again. Drake staying with the team here instead of trying to find any opening angle. It's going to be the same thing for Carnifex on the side of Grief Party. We see a good glitch hit through, but it's not going to be capitalized on as the rotate hasn't quite found its way through yet. Grief Party drops off the side of the building to try to find their way in. A big stun, but Mr. Derp will sustain through it with the help of the healer. Question is, who's going to go down first? Grief Party trying to find an entry. They're running out of time. They take out Vrake, They need to find the opportunity to get the steal. I think it's going to happen now. They have the heals going through, but now as Acoustic and Derp try to fall in, MXKX will go down, NetX will go down. The steal occurred, but no idea. They've got
the
time to come back
stun.
through. But the stun! That stun is huge! And
Wow.
Green Party managed to maintain the win. All it takes is one light player, folks.
Yep.
The stun of the century. Map 1 goes to Green Party.
That was amazing. That really did stop their entire win. They saved themselves, and Grief Party. That's why you run light. That's why you do it. Like, it's impressive, and he's able to just zip in there, get it, stopped it, and they probably would have had it too. Like, there was just enough time. So that's what we're here for. These are some of the best teams running the best strategies, running the best mind games. This was really exciting to see.
Absolutely. From crossing the street without getting spotted to the last minute stun play. Like I said, this is NA finals at its absolute best.
Yeah. And both teams definitely have a right to be here. And I think that this next match will probably go the way of LRC. At least I'm thinking so. And we will definitely see the third map here. That's what I'm predicting.
You mean No Idea, or do you mean Grief Party?
I'm
said
sorry.
LRC.
I did say LRC. Yeah. I believe that we'll definitely see map 3. So
we'll see map 3.
Yeah.
Yeah. So you think that this next one's going for No Idea, Mr. Derp?
Yes.
All right.
So.
I think that we need to see a chance for Vrake to get activated and to find some use. Because remember, when you're playing the light player, you need to find those skirmish angles. You need to find a way to catch someone off guard. Either if your team is playing low, you play high. Your team is playing directly through a doorway, you try to flank around the side. Looks like they are having a little bit of trouble getting this lobby working. So it's going to take a little bit of extra time. But in the meantime, we can see how Mr. Derp is changing things up, because if you notice, there is a little bit of a focus here on trying to maintain the same situation. I think they have to... Oh, I think they do have to fully back out here. Yep, new lobby will be created here. So bear with us for just a moment.
So, what was your favorite play that you've seen so far? We've seen the tase, we've seen the drop. I think we even saw a defib kill in the last game, or that was probably the last 2 series. But what in this last match, what was your kind of highlight?
Honestly, it's that flank when you get the team locked in on the vault. You get the team to kind of wait for, because at the beginning I was talking about a portal play, right, where they have the vault, they get set up, and the light player throws a portal, runs all the way over to a cash out, and then suddenly you're waiting to cut off the vault, but the vault just teleports into the cash out. And that's what we thought we were watching. That's what we thought the setup was going to be. But then Team Grief Party crosses the street without getting noticed by No Idea. Mr. Derp looks away at the exact wrong time, doesn't notice that 2 members had crossed out to the other side. They pad up to the roof and just deal intense damage just through the air. And that was just the medium and the heavy. Light player skirmishing around to the other side. Exactly what you're supposed to do. Find an angle to where the moment that those crosshairs are away from you, that's when you engage as a light. Remember, you only have 150 HP, so you have to find opportunities where you can put yourself at a significant advantage. That's what your team is for. Playing off of your team, waiting for the crosshair to not be on you, to just mag dump an MP5 into the back of someone's head. Peak finals.
Yeah, and you were right earlier when you said a lot of teams just get that tunnel vision when it comes to the vault. Like they don't allow for plays like that to happen, and that's just kind of what we're here to see. We're here to see the top teams with the top strategies that will probably define how a lot of players play going forward. Does look like we have the restart going in place, and we see Mr. Derp running the same setup.
Yeah, RPG, C4, dome shield, no barricades coming through. I am actually a little bit curious about that, given the fact that in the last map, they definitely had an opportunity where those barricades could have come in handy. But when you're on a map like Las Vegas, where you really need to open up as much space as possible, you need the explosion of both the C4 if you're holding for a drop, or the RPG for that instant opening damage. Just as well, they're playing medium and light, so the light player, not quite sure what he's running, but I hope there's portals in there.
I bet you there are.
Let's take high.
Yeah.
And it looks like they're going to converge on the vault right around the same time, so we're going to see a good fight
might
right
already have high
up to
speed.
it.
Yeah, they do.
It does look like Grief Party's going on the roof, and they might. The first fight starts off here. Mr. Derp holding up the shield. MXKX
They use bubble
kind of
and
falls
one glitch.
back,
We take this zip. We take this zip. We take this zip.
and they're kind of hiding in the rooms, waiting for somebody to push on.
One bubble, one glitch.
Yeah, here
Yeah,
we
one
go.
bubble, one glitch.
Vault
I think
1.
we zip. I think we zip
Kind
up
of stuck in the corner,
he's looking right
and
at me.
Right above us, he's looking at us.
they know that No Idea is above them. They're waiting for the team to collapse in on them,
I get them.
but not going to be making any moves just yet. Vrake, super low HP, going to wait for the heal. No Idea. You see, Mr. Derp, he doesn't want to just shoot that RPG right off the bat. Have
They
to
have no
wait
bubble,
at
though.
least a little bit
Down. I fell
before
all the
you
way
can
down,
get
by the
your
way.
opportunity to strike. But Mr. Derp
Oh,
gets shot in the
please,
back there.
please.
NetX is going to go down to super low HP. He ends up getting taken out by Mr. Derp here. And look at that Vrake trying to run away with the trophy. Will he be able to escape here? Mr. Derp chasing down all the way.
Artifacts is literally one.
He
Just
lost
go
him.
rest.
That's fine, that's fine.
Found
That's
him.
me.
Oh wow! He was able to
Oh.
track him down. What a good hiding spot.
In the
And I'm not sure if you saw that either, but MXKX, it looks like he jumped and he fell straight through all the way to the bottom, and I think that got him separated from his team. And ultimately, that was kind of the room that Grief Party was able to kind of come in and. I'm sorry, that No Idea was able to kind of come in and shut them down, so they were able to get that team wipe.
Absolutely. An insane play, to say the least, but we now get started off for No Idea, looking very solid. Grief Party will have to make their way. Looks like it's going to be Cash Out B that No Idea wants to push for. That interior sort of fight will definitely give them an advantage when it comes to holding out, given the fact they know that Grief Party is rotating, probably already up on the top. And this is the kitchen, which we've seen before as a very intricate spot to prevent sort of that rooftop entry, given that there's a few layers to cut through. Mr. Derp starting out strong. Glitch not going to matter too much here as, MXKX, though, comes out on top of the fight here. The heal's working out. We see Carnifex going down to low HP, NetX low HP, but they stay alive as the team wipe almost comes through, and there it is. Grief
What a
Party.
fight through that door, and like it really was just popping in and out of that one doorway, and then the chaos just expanded from there. Really great plays from MXKX and Carfinex. And now we see them getting set up, grabbing that glitch barrel. Always needed these days. They're going to a higher vantage point, which makes sense because the respawn comes in. They're able to kind of shut them down before they even get close to the vault. But it's going to be a bit of a risky play. They're going further away than I expected.
Absolutely, and I mean, just check this out. Look at the absolute passion. Like we said before, No Idea trying to jump in and just utilize every game mechanic that they can. There's the jump RPG, not going to connect where it needs to. Carnifex goes down to half HP. NetX, though, on low, but it's going to be Mr. Derp that goes out first. MXKX is traded out as well. Two lights still remaining on either team. Two mediums. Let's see what's going to happen as MXKX gets back up. No chance for a res on Mr. Derp. They were able to cut that trophy off perfectly. This is super hard for No Idea, and Grief Party looks solid. Mr. Derp going to be coining back in. Let's see where that spawn is. It's a lucky spawn. He's going to be able to get in very, very quickly, but the question is, do they cut through the side of the kitchen? Do they gum up to the roof? Where is Grief Party holding? Going to look over to Grief Party right now, and they're off the side in the doorway. They have a red barrel ready to open up and get another skirmish angle going. No Idea jumps on. They get the dome. They get the mesh. They try to go for the steal. No time. The stun comes through, but they get the steal.
What?
No Idea got the steal. He stuns the wrong person. Artifact stun hits the wrong one.
Oh my gosh, that was unexpected. I really thought it was over, but they just dived in right at the last second. Yeah, wow. The stun did go to the wrong player. That would have changed it up, just like we saw earlier, but yeah.
Oh my god. And No Idea puts the grief in Grief Party.
Yeah, total upsets. It's amazing how kind of back and forth this is. The teammates just go up and down, and the fights are just expanding all over. It's quite impressive to see. We see Vault 2 starting, and it looks like... I can't tell who is on it.
This is going to be another kind of fight for height here, as we can see Mr. Derp getting ready to launch, and look at that big RPG opening damage, but it's going to be returned. Rake and Mr. Derp taking insane damage. Mr. Derp putting out first once again. MXKX getting a nice side angle there. That's a team wipe here. Grief Party, they are not letting that happen twice. They are making sure that they don't leave a single stone unturned when it comes to these team fights. Now, Vault 2 on its way, cash out A maybe.
Yeah, I think so. And that was really a great hold by Grief Party. They just were ready, and I don't even think, I think the most damage that they took was, I think Medics took half damage, and the rest of them just kind of walked away unscathed. So really kind of a show of dominance. I'm curious if Grief Party is able to hold it for this entire time, or if we're going to see somebody jumping in and getting the point, getting the vault.
Help me here, take this
yeah,
one.
This is absolutely nuts, though. And okay, so playing on height here, but they haven't opened up the floor just yet. They do open up just the sideline here, which is I don't think it was there. I think that had to have been no idea. But it's interesting that they're just waiting for this pad RPG to hit them, and there it goes. MXKX dropping down. He's gonna be the first one to go, but it's gonna be traded out once more. Both mediums are down. Mr. Derp on low HP can't get the heal. Glitch gonna cancel the shield here. And Contestants finishes him off. Ray gets the trade, and that is going to be a light v light 1v1 that goes the way of no idea. Break is going to be able to get the steal, going to be able to go for the res as well. This is massive, but Grief Party still has time to come back for one more. Remember, if Grief Party can't do this, that's going to be the end of this. We go straight to map 3, but if they can do it, we get cash out 3.
Yeah, they've really got a big road ahead of them, and just a few seconds to kind of dive in there, get it. If Grief Party can kind of run in and grab it, but I think that No Idea is in a really great position. They just set up the
Grief
C4.
Party's jumping in right now. They think they're going to be going up from the rooftop. Not sure. I don't think we can hear it, but at the same time, we know it's coming. There it is. They're going to be throwing the gas. No, they don't throw the gas. They throw the gas away. They get the APS on in time. It blows through the floor. NetX going to be taking some serious damage. MXKX needs to start the steal now. Will Carnifex be there in time to get the skirmish? He goes for the heal on the heavy. And there we go. Starting off strong. The steal.
Can they stop him? They stopped him.
No idea. Going to be bringing us to map 3.
All right. That was what I was hoping for.
Yeah. I don't know how my rocket didn't have anything.
Absolutely insane. And again, we see the very first map and we're like, wow, Grief Party, super strong. No way that No Idea could compete. And then we see No Idea come in here and just immediately turn the tables, turn the tides of battle, turn this into a quick 2-0. Like, hey, listen, Las Vegas, that's ours. GG go next. It's a map 3 game all day.
Yep, and this is kind of where we see the teams that shine on certain maps, and it seems like they just have the Las Vegas map down. Like, that is probably their map. We'll probably see them pick it going forward. In my opinion, it's such a hard map to kind of master, but you're right, there was just such a change between the last map and this map. So great gameplay all around, and I'm quite happy that we're going into map number 3. Do you remember what map number 3 is?
I do believe it's Skyway Stadium. Monaco is usually going to be banned by No Idea, and Grief Party, I believe, banned. I think, yeah. So I do think it's Skyway Stadium that we're going to be ending on. And if it is up, down, left, right, it's going to be an intense battle because the light players, oh man, that is their playground on up, down, left, right. But even if we get lucky, we get the Rise Tower or we get something else, some other fun version of Skyway Stadium, I think it could be enough to set things apart for this game.
Yeah, I'm all for the variations. I think that they just add kind of the fun.
High
rise, nice. So for people that don't know, high rise is where the middle of the map is completely risen up, and there's a lot of kind of fighting that happens up or lower on top of the roofs, shooting up. It's quite a nice variation because it just takes all the focus to the middle.
Yeah, that's fine. I think we win.
Alrighty, and no change up on the team comps. Still going to be lights, mediums, heavies. Still going to be the SA-1216 for Mr. Derp. I am surprised to not see the Lewis gun come out on this one, but you know, it's just so strong. Oh, unfortunately, we are going to have to restart the lobby one more time, but that's okay. So again, we we start off by seeing these intense team fights. They all kind of have that same pacing, right? And to break it down super simple, it's team 1 is going to be on defense, team 1 can be, or team 2 going to be attacking, right? So team 1, bunkers down, they have their shield, they have their healer off at a place where they can get ready to support the heavy. They have the light player off in a place where they can either get a quick stun off, get a glitch grenade, or some other bit of utility to try and draw the enemies away, and try to get that side angle. Team 2, the attackers, jump pad RPG to open, gonna be trying to shield, trying to get a heal, always gonna be starting off with the medium on attacking versus on healing, and that's sort of where the difference maker can be made, right? Because you have your heavy v heavy, it's gonna be shield v shield, no matter what. Who gets the RPG off first? Is that RPG damage healed through? If that RPG damage is not healed through, is the medium player getting use out of their shots, right? The medium is going to be the key when you're talking about these fights, because the medium player has to be the perfect manager between doing your heals or doing your damage. And that's the best part about Skyway, is that there are so many times where the attackers turn into defenders because of the way because of the situation regarding where they are on the map physically. It's such an intense game of chess that comes out in these 3v3 team fights that I love to see every time.
Yeah, and like you said, the kind of switch between healing and attacking as a medium, that's where the kind of details kind of come in, because if you switch off to healing, you're no longer having that DPS and hitting people, and if you're just stuck not healing, your teammates can go down real quick, and then you're stuck in a really precarious situation where you have to kind of figure it out, res them, run away. So it is just finding that nice balance between healing and attacking, and that's kind of what we see in these top tier teams, is that they're able to find that walk that tightrope of what they're supposed to do, and makes for exciting gameplay.
Absolutely. We are going to be jumping back into the game right now. I hope... Oh, unfortunately, we are not getting high rise again. It's super unfortunate, but we're now back into the standard mode of this map, which means that anything that I was thinking might have changed for either team is now completely gone, and that the only thing that we have to worry about is, now that it's a fully level playing field, who gets the jump pad RPG off first?
Yep, absolutely.
I think that we had another crash, so we're gonna cut to a break. We'll be back when the action's ready for you. Welcome back, folks. We're jumping back in, and well, on our third try for Skyway Stadium, the universe decided to give us exactly what we wanted. That means up, down, left, right on a clear night, and I love up, down, left, right. You get the moving platforms, get the suspended structures, and if we get a team that finally decides to push the moving platforms on this show, then that means that we're going to be in for a good time. Now, usually when we see up, down, left, right, it's going to be sort of biased towards that office spawn, but luckily, neither of those cash outs are on that office spawn. We are still going to be seeing Team No Idea pushing the office to try and get an angle to cut off no matter what happens, and they're trying to take this ultimate height. However, Team Grief Party, well, they're just going to get that vault started. They're going to try to get Carnifex to get a portal off to either side that they want to go to. And here we see that Team A versus Team B thing we were talking about before, where one team just sort of sets up for that defense, the other team gets ready to jump pad RPG.
Yeah, and fights like this, with both teams as evenly matched, they're getting a little chip damage, but their healer's immediately just able to fix it. So, yeah, I'm not sure why they didn't dive for it, but they're just going to let Grief Party take the vault and get it started. I don't think it's the best start for No Idea, and as you can see, both teams are back healed, and Grief Party kind of has the advantage. They're still on the roof, but they are in control of Vault 1, and they're going to get it to cash out B, which is that the moving platform? I can't tell.
It is not the moving. Wait, it is the moving.
Okay, I'm betting it on me.
No, it's a suspended structure next to the moving platform.
Oh, okay.
So that is actually good for No Idea, because if Grief Party started on the moving platform, then it would be very hard to recover from that. However, Grief Party looks like they're going to be a little bit upset here, because No Idea took up residence on the moving platform. That means that they are. Oh no, they did jump off of it. They're on the suspended structure now, the one opposite of the one where the cash out is. But at the very least, Acoustic is going to be able to throw down a jump pad, and well, they'll be able to ape into B no matter what. Grief Party knows this. Means Grief Party has to win this team fight before they get that vault in. So they're just going to set the vault down somewhere on that third suspended structure. And there we go. Jump pad RPG is going to go through. MXKX can't get the APS out. Tommy's going to take some damage. Acoustic goes out first. Takes NetX. But we are going to see the trade go through. No mediums on either team, but Mr. Derp on low HP. Can't get it healed up. Vrake on half. Vrake 1 HP remaining, and Mr. Derp going to be able to get through. Gets one more kill on the board. Let's see how they're going to be able to recover from this. Carnifex and NetX still going to be up. We see NetX doing some damage here. Mr. Derp healing all the way up. Goes all the way down now as Carnifex finds the shot on the side. MXKX comes back, but that means it's almost time for Acoustic to be back as well. The vault still has not been put into the cash out. Vrake taking the timeout here. Waiting. NetX does take out Acoustic. 20-second respawn timer going through now. Mr. Derp, though, back in 2 seconds. You see the cash out get started. Still 20 seconds remaining before No Idea is back on their feet. Rio, we're off to a crazy start.
Yeah, we are. And both teams are playing a little more passively than I was expecting. You can kind of understand why, because this is the final match, and both teams really need to play as competitively as they can. And so it's leading to kind of more slower gameplay than at least we saw in the last two matches.
Yeah, because remember, if you start that vault before you're ready for that team fight and the other team wins, that's less time that you have to come back through and get the win. So what they want to do is to buy as much time as possible. All right, we can see the jump pad is ready. See where Vrake is going to choose to take this fight from. APS going to be eating some damage here. Let's see how No Idea decides to approach this. Jump pad going to be taken. Mr. Derp looks like he didn't quite land where he needed to, but no, it was exactly where he needed to. Gonna be able to do enough damage to take out the light here, but he's caught in the middle. Does take a bit of extra damage here as MXKX goes down. So does Acoustic. It's gonna be Mr. Derp versus Carnifex here, and unfortunately for him, I do believe that MXKX is still gonna be up as well. That's Mr. Derp going out. Grief Party holding the line.
I think them playing slow also is really kind of biting them, and because by the time they respawn,
I still think I should play like halfway
good
down
push,
upstairs, boys.
maybe.
Like,
and
he's
they just have to die
constantly
directly
looking
on
for
them.
me.
So if Grief Party can hold their defenses up, they
can't
pretty much have this first cash out.
Yeah, and the thing is as well is that they always have the chance to pad over to the other team and deal a little bit of extra damage before they can get onto the platform to steal. Yeah, like we said, only enough time for about one, but I don't even think they have enough time for that. They have to get that pad now, and Acoustic is at half HP. Mr. Derp is at low. And there we go. Acoustic goes down just up to Vrake, who does manage to find a way in, does manage to find an opening onto Carnifex, but there's still not enough time to get the steal. Grief Party does not look worried at all. That's going to be the first cash out going towards Grief Party. No idea. You should just take the time to reset right now. Mr. Derp, doesn't matter if you die or if you live. Just take the time to get that reset, because no matter what you do here, it's not going to help you out.
I think they are just waiting for Mr. Derp to die. Oh, no, I think somebody was able to respawn.
Yeah, somebody coined back in. They just need to get the hard reset.
I have to just run around like a headless chicken. It's cringe.
And we see Grief Party heading to Vault 2, and I think that they will probably get it uncontested. We'll see if No Idea is able to set up and kind of dive in there and stop them, or if they're just going to let them take it to the point. At this point, I would kind of maybe let Grief Party get started, set up, find a new strategy, because it does seem like No Idea might be struggling here. And this is not the time to be struggling.
What do we prefer them, boys?
And they also have to worry about the orbital lasers still working out. Given the fact that when you play in your APS, you want to sort of stay inside that bubble. The orbital lasers will force you to move around a bit. It's going to be pretty hard. The lasers, I think, still have about 30 seconds left in them, maybe a minute. I don't know when they started. But it is still going to be tough to get a proper defense with those lasers pressuring you from all corners. We see No Idea set up on cash out A. Grief Party, I think that they see this already. The pings are going out, the shots are ringing through, and we're just waiting on Carnifex to start to take that move over towards B.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
And they're doing this again, where they're just kind of such long distances and just chipping away damage at each other. And ultimately, if they're able to get a kill, it'd be impactful. But just with how the teams are set up, they're healing, it just is not going to happen. I think that they're more just stalling for time at this point, and just hoping out of random chance that they're able to just bring somebody down or down far enough where they have to set up in a different area or hide. But it does look like Grief Party will get this vault. Probably C, which maybe is the moving platform. I'm curious if they're going to take it there. I would love to see it on the moving platform, because as soon as you're on that moving platform, it's really hard to just retake it. But you do see a lot of really close and good fights happening.
Oh, absolutely. The moving platform is going to be crazy. No Idea. They are going to have to take a step back once again, try to find a way to get Vreg back up. Otherwise, just wait for the respawn to come through. But this is going to give Grief Party enough time to decide whether or not they want to hit that moving platform. I think they're just going to be committing to the team fight, though. I think Grief Party might be just ready to dive on, but no, we look over and instead they get the cash out started on A, and I think it was a pretty good bait by Grief Party to get No Idea off of A so they could start it here anyway.
Yeah, really smart plays, and we see that MXKX is actually able to do some good damage on Mr. Derp, and they kind of fall back, but they are getting the vault started and almost in a quarter of the way done. We see the fighting kind of starting to happen inside the inner halls instead of on top of the platform. We see that No Idea is trying to find their way in there.
But this is dangerous.
Really slow.
I think we play like first
yeah, they're going slow, but this is it. They take any more time, they'll only have time for one team fight.
I'm playing like halfway down.
They're literally waiting for it to go to half before starting, and it just makes me so nervous, because if they lose this, that's everything. Mr. Derp gonna unfortunately be missing his opportunity here. The jump pads up, no RPG will go out just yet. Dome's over, hops over, can't find a good way in, and there we go. The dome is gonna go out, but it's not gonna do much damage here. And as they lose Vrake, Mr. Derp going down to low HP. Acoustic at least going to be coming through for the heal, but he's at half. Nobody's even targeting him. We are going to see NetX go down here, but it's fine. MXKX and Carnifex go take out Acoustic, and there's only time for maybe one push. No Idea absolutely sold that.
Yeah, I mean, they still have 10 seconds before they respawn, and they have to get a lucky spawn. If they get anywhere over 150 meters, they're just out of it. This is probably the ending that they weren't expecting. Grief Party, what a defensive action.
If you want to be annoying, I'm putting a pad here.
I'm really impressed with MXKX. He's got great aim. He can really kind of maneuver in and out of these fights. Here we see the No Idea jumping in. This is their last chance. See MXKX takes one of them down.
Super low there. Acoustic can't even get back in the fight here. Mr. Derp on half HP. Can't even get the seal. That is such an unfortunate way to end map 3 here.
I've never seen
No
anyone
idea. Took so long on that first approach. You have to remember that timer is ticking down and every second counts. And when you just wait to engage, you're wasting time, because in their heads, though, they want to make sure that it's just one team fight that they have to win. But at the same time, they had no information on that push. That's the important thing. It's not that they waited until the last second to start their push. It's that they waited until the last second to get any information to play off of. Because as soon as Grief Party saw the angle No Idea was pushing from, that was it. Now they have all the information as well, and No Idea has lost the information game. Huge fight there. Rio,
really,
what was your favorite thing to see from that whole fight?
Oh, I don't know if I had a favorite thing. I had more of a internal, just knots in my stomach, because it just didn't seem like the right play. Yeah, and even if they were trying to go for one fight, I don't think that's the play you take. You take the point and then you hold it and show your dominance that you can hold it, not just wait and get a team wipe. So it was great. I think Grief Party just has a stellar lineup. MXKX, great aim, and just really. The fights that I wasn't expecting happened, and the timings, everybody was really kind of slow and just kind of taking it at their own pace. I understand why, but at the same time, I think you just got to run in there, show your dominance, hold it, and then just kind of continue to hold it and show that you can do both offensive and defensive.
Exactly. It's all about that stall potential. And that's how that last cash out started, was the fact that the final cash out had a bunch of times where the Grief Party just wanted to get into that action, and as soon as they could get one head up on No Idea, they pushed that advantage as much as they could. Oh, look back at this, that CIS Horizon match, that last minute steal. Oh.
It was a great series of matches, though. All three of them. I'm glad that we got to see all three. And this hunt down right here, Mr. Derp gets, such a great hiding spot. Unfortunately, Mr. Derp could figure it out.
Absolutely. Just the insane moments from everything. Like, both of these teams, playing heavy, medium, light against double, medium, heavy is one thing, but playing heavy, medium, light against another heavy, medium, light means there is just so little room for error mechanically, because there's nobody to heal your healer. So if you can focus the medium, then that's going to be the free entry. So both teams are going to be trying to protect that medium as much as possible, and when you can take out that medium, that means it's stall time. And that's exactly what happened on that last cash out, was that they had enough time to stall them out, to prevent them from pushing while they get set up on cash out A. And then even when Mr. Derp had an opening to jump in, it was just too tough to find their way through.
Just really impressive by both teams. Unfortunately, it unfolded the way it did, and Grief Party was able to kind of show who they are. So somebody to definitely keep in close eye on in the next matches.
Absolutely. And hey, I'm super excited to go into the next match, because hey, we are finally into the winners finals. So now we're going to see who goes up next. We've got, I believe it's going to be Bertz versus No Names. So that is going to be a huge fight.
Yeah. And I remember Bertz from the last match or the last qualifier, and No Name really has a great lineup of players as well. So I'm not sure what to expect other than just great gameplay. And I think that we're going to be diving right into it here soon. So it looks like the first map that they picked will be Skyway Stadium again. And then we move to Las Vegas and finally finish up on CIS Horizon. I'm a little surprised that that the cider is CIS Horizon. We're not seeing that one in there sooner. But I think Skyway Stadium, Las Vegas should be really great maps for both teams to kind of show what they can do. And Skyway Stadium, I'm curious if we get any variations, just like we did. I'm still waiting to see somebody put the cash out into one of the moving platforms, because I think that will really increase just kind of the fun factor of these games, just to make things a little more exciting.
Absolutely. You got to remember as well, Burt's is one of the most vicious squads in NA. This is Sueco, Chickpea, and Z. And Chickpea is one of, if not the greatest lights in the finals, because Chickpea's LH1 is absolutely insane. And that being said, if they are going to be able to take this dub here and go off into the grand finals, that means that we have a very good chance of seeing a really awesome grand finals with heavy, medium, light teams. But on the other hand, if they end up going into the lower bracket, then we get an even more fun matchup because we're going to be seeing Grief Party going up against them for the semifinal. And it's just tons and tons of stuff that could change up here depending on who wins and if our grand final is HML versus MMH. So many things could go off here, and especially because we're going to be seeing the heavy medium light versus the double medium heavy on this matchup right now with No Name. Things are going to be crazy.
Yeah. I'm honestly impressed at how many lights we're seeing today. I think that far outnumbers the last match or the last qualifier, and it adds into that mix and makes everything more, unique, more, different play styles. It's not just kind of, pocket healers. It's good, diverse games today, and I'm quite excited to see what this next one brings us.
Absolutely. And this is a very, very intense fight right now as well, because Burt's and No Name are both matched up right now with the same number of points, which means that every single round here counts. No matter what, they need to be winning maps. And it's all really going to come down to this right here for both of these teams, because because they're tied, whoever goes into the lower bracket, if they don't win that lower bracket match, it's done. It's over right then and there. So right now, this is a proper final matchup here for Qualifier 4. Excited to see what's going to come through from it. And once we get started with Burt's, I think that we'll start to gauge what No Name can do against them, because there are, again, so many different ways to play light. And if they decide to put Chickpea on the MP5 versus the LH1, then there could be an opening there. But if Chickpea on his LH1, if Chickpea hit the aim labs feeling good today, I gotta say, No Name is a good squad. No Name has some proper talent, especially Noah, X, and Vlad. But at the same time, if they can't keep up with that LH1 chip damage, there's not much you can do.
Yeah, and that LH1 is just a really hard weapon to master, but if you can, it is deadly, and you can shoot so far across the map. It does have open sights, but it is open season basically if anybody's in those sights. So I would love to see the LH1 pulled out here, and I think you said Chickpea's the one that might be running it, and I think that really from what these names that I remember, Sueco, person to watch, and Vlad and some of these other teams on No Name, I think it'll be a really great mix-up.
Absolutely. And again, I'm very excited to see, because if we do get the next fight with heavy, medium, light, it's going to be sick, because, I haven't seen too much of, if we look at the last team, Grief Party, Carnifex kind of coming up, showing up out of nowhere and doing a bunch to actually get some wins on NetX and MXKX's team. It's some new talent that's coming through. And especially if we're able to see, even if it's the grand finals or even if it's just the lower bracket finals, we're going to be seeing some intense games from Burt's and some HML. So once again, we look at No Name, an EU team. So, of course, it's that MMH. And we're going to be seeing that double heels coming up against. And this is what I'm so excited for, is seeing what Sueco and Z and...
And to get started, they put up a zipline immediately.
Wait a second. Did I miss this?
Yeah,
Z and... Oh, he's not on here. It's Vilify. They swapped Chickpea for Vilify, and that means that we're going to be seeing a double medium. It's double medium heavy. I spent the last 5 minutes talking about nothing.
It's okay. Still should be a good matchup. You love to see the double mediums because it means that the fights stay up for longer, and they're able to kind of play a little bit more passively and kind of get the heals off. So it does look like we have suspended structures. Do we have moving platforms as well? I'm not sure, but this is a great map variation. And we see the fighting about to kind of kick off here. They're both boosting up. We see that Birds is kind of set up and waiting and getting the chip off damage on the top of the roof. The team is kind of spread out, but it helps because they're able to kind of deal damage to everybody.
And check this out, super strong start because we're already seeing just that sustain versus sustain of double medium teams. In fact, this is the first time today that we've seen double medium teams come out and show, and it's Burt's that just starts off incredibly strong here. No Name can't even keep up. Again, when it comes to that double medium gameplay, we talked before about HML versus HML, where it's about protect the medium because there's nobody that's there to actually heal up your healer, right? But now that we've got the double medium, it's entirely different conversation because you have the ability to sustain and deal damage at the exact same time.
Yeah, and I personally like that on at least Bert's team. One player, I'm not sure who, is running the zipline. So you have zipline and jump pad, and in a map like this where it's so big and so open, you can really see that the traversal is just sped up. I love the zipline. I think it's a underutilized tool, and we can see that they're able to just jump in there and get into the fight. And now they have the advantage because they were able to kind of get in a good spot. We see No Name trying to run up the stairs, get set up for their fight. We see no X FPS holding that APS turret because as soon as they get on point, they know that they're going to need it to stop that RPG. But we see Bert's just kind of in a great position, and they're doing the same thing. They set up the APS turret around the vault, and the vault is already halfway done. And we really are not seeing a push from No Name. I guess here it comes.
Here it is, and unfortunately, they're going to be eating tons of damage here. Again, when you're diving on, you don't have much in the way of APS. They're going to eat tons of damage, lose one healer, and check this out. Birds keeps that sustain up, and that is going to be just enough sustain. Only down to one medium. He does get the res off, but the question is that going to be enough? Can Birds come through and cancel this sustain out? It's just up to Vladimir now. One heavy, but 3 seconds until the coin needs to survive just that long, but they get the wipe, and that's going to be so tough because they were just 3 seconds away from one person coining back in. Now they got to wait 20 seconds for the whole team, and that might be enough to where Bert's doesn't have to worry about this point anymore. I think that they technically have time for one push, but even then, unless... Oh, wow. Nope. They got the worst spawn possible here. And that is just going to be a rough start to the game here. Bert's feeling good after that one. At the very least, though, No Name, they could be setting up for the vault steal. Question is it going to be in their favor?
Yeah, Bert's really came out swinging this one. And you can even see now they're just jumping right into the fight again. And I think that they might just show their dominance once more. We see a player on the No Name goes down. Bert's, two people go down from an RPG blast, it looks like. And so we're down to heavy medium. I can't really tell.
Yeah, it's just going to be Sueco as the heavy and Vladimir also as the heavy. It's heavy v heavy, but at the same time, they're both going to try to back away and bide their time, waiting for the teams to coin back in. And those coins are going to be coming through now. The main question is No Name going to be in a place good enough to combat whatever's coming next from Birds, because this vault is not in an easy place to contest. Sueco, Z, and Vilify are going to be adjusting this next one here, and well, looks like No Name actually got to the vault first.
Yeah, but it looks like Birds is just going to dive right into it. This is what I like about them. They're just overly confident, and probably rightfully so. It seems like they're just going to jump in and try and grab vault 2. Oh, they're actually just now opening it. So Bert's definitely has the advantage. They're now getting set up. They're going on the roof, setting up the APS to it. No Name has a good amount of space in between them.
Oh, big pad there. Picks up the pad as well. Look at, I love that pickup pad trick. And we see Noah, though, because he's too busy with his picking up the jump pad tech, he's not there to deal damage in time for the team. And it's another team wipe for No Name. Bert's just out here. The style points are not going to be enough to save you. Bert's waited until the right moment to strike there. And, yeah, I mean, picking up the jump pad so that you have it for later is good, but when you're in just a pure 3v3, just focus on the team fight. You don't need the other pad. You can wait 20 seconds for it to respawn.
Yeah, I think that Bert's definitely has the advantage here. No Name is trying, and wow, look at that traversal from Vilify.
Too good.
Yeah.
But yeah, so this is huge. They're gonna get the APS started as well, so it's not gonna get dropped out. It's what you really want to focus on. However, this is a suspended structure. They could just shoot the sides. That being said, Sueco Z Vilify gonna be sustaining, coming off the side here. They get a little bit of smoke on the sidelines, but check this out. No Name just starting off on this, and the C4 will drop them through. Stalls them a little bit, drops to the outside. Huge drop here, big RNG, and there's the jump pad. Big damage onto Vladimir here. He is going to get healed up, but that means that Edelko is not going to be focused on shooting, which means that there's more room for Vlad to go down. One more healer goes out, and we have the full sustain from Burtz. This is big damage coming through on both teams, but No Name just can't keep up. Burtz knows the timing, how to swap between the sustain, between the shots. No Name, one player left standing. They're going to try to chase him out. And there's the wipe.
Yeah,
Burtz
Vilify
on top.
and Zwenko, they're great at healing. Like, I've been watching their health on their team. Anytime that either teammate goes down to half health, they're just immediately swap over from shooting to healing, and we just are seeing not many people going down from Burtz. It's making it quite interesting, and I think now No Name is going to have to run over there. They're going to have one good push, but this might be the end of map 1 right here.
Let's go.
We see No Name jumping on, and they're using their jump pads, lots of in-air combat. He's able to bring somebody down pretty low. He blows up the vault, they throw it down. It's on a jump pad right below it, gets shot back up, takes the time down even more. No Name's going to have to hold it.
Oh, they got the APSs, they got the domes, they got the bunker, but they don't have the time. Look at that, they all get wiped instantly. They took the time to shoot out the APS turrets, and then the RPG connects 140 damage across the board to all players. There's just nothing you can do. That is Burtz.
He's warm.
That was impressive. You see Sueco with 13 kills. I think that somebody on the other team had no kills. No Name had somebody with no kills. Now, he might have been doing more pocket healing or something like that, but in a game like this, that's just not what you want to see. Somebody with 13 and the other enemy team with 0, like,
It's tough because the thing is, No Name, you know, they are a strong crowd. Remember, they are still up here in the winner's bracket, but at the same time, they didn't win a single team fight against Burt. And it is one of the things, NA versus EU, very different play styles, very different ideology of how you approach the healing versus damage output balance. And when it comes down to it, when you have that medium heavy, the that idea of protect the president changes from protect your healer to now keep your heavy alive. Get your heavy inserted into the enemy team so that you could just hold down that left click and continue to do damage. And what can I say? Burt is so good at doing that.
Yeah, that was just, it felt like a whole nother level of gameplay. Like, they have it locked down. They were able to stop every incoming push. They were able to hold. Just really impressive from Burtz.
Absolutely. You really do love to see that intense gameplay, the really, really fast-paced action to just continue to stay on top of it. And no matter what damage was being dealt to Burtz, they know how to swap out, have the medium dive back behind the shield, pull out the healers, and then once everyone's back up to full health, jump back up in front of your cover, try to take out from behind, switch to that shot, do your absolute most damage per second as possible. And No Name just couldn't keep up with it. They didn't know when to switch out to the heals. They didn't know when to, put their heavy in danger. Their heavy was playing back and trying to, stay in the survive position. But that's why they didn't win a single team fight, was because we never saw a single opening RPG. We never saw a single opening sideline where they tried to drop the enemy team and get one person separated. We did have one fight that was like sustain v sustain, but it wasn't even at a cash out. It was around a vault.
And I'd like to point out there was one cool move that I saw is when the vault fell at the very end, it fell onto a bounce pad that they had placed below, and it made it just the cash out station just go up and down, and just took away more time. And it was just a great play from Burtz because they just were able to kind of get those few extra seconds to hold off from No Name, and I think that it pretty much made the difference. And then that final RPG shot right in there after they bring down the APS turret. I think he got at least 2 kills with that. That is the final nail in the coffin on that match.
Absolutely. There is just tons and tons of opportunities that Bert saw and went straight for it no matter what. Just see your opportunity and take it. And No Name did not recognize when they were giving these opportunities to Berts. Now, we're jumping into Vegas for this next one, and I'm hoping to see some changes to No Name's loadout, because No Name, they need to start switching out maybe to a little bit more of a bunker style, maybe a little bit off of that, or maybe I'm wrong entirely. Maybe we need to see some more RPG, some more C4. Maybe we need to see him get out in front. But if you're going to bunker, commit to the bunker.
Yep. It looks like AK and FCAR on top of the Lewis gun.
All right, Lewis gun coming out. All right, so Bert's on the shotgun, No Name on the Lewis gun. This is going to be a big difference between the two teams here. Maybe it was the difference maker in the last one. I didn't quite catch if No Name was actually sticking to that in the last one, or if he was on the shotgun. But at the same time, right now, the way that it's looking is that, Vladimir might just not have had the damage output with the shotgun. So if he's switching out to the Lewis gun, maybe this is where that sort of laid back positioning might help them out.
Yeah, a little more distance, and this map's great at kind of having a large open areas. So I think the Lewis gun is a smart choice over the shotgun. But we see Bert's flying in immediately, very cocky, and I think that they were able to get at least 1 kill down so far.
Oh my goodness! Wait, what are they?
No damage, virtually no damage from them. Swako's starting to take a little bit of chip damage off, and they get the 2nd kill. And I don't know where the 3rd player is.
My shotgun,
But Bert's gonna hop down and get the vault started. And I think they're in a really good spot already.
Oh, absolutely. They are big chilling when it comes to just finding their opportunity and taking it. And check this out. They're timing everything with the rest of the team, right? They can see that res came through. It was most likely going to not be a fib. It's going to be just a regular soft res. Where are they now that they've had to take the time to do that? Right, and so Berts is thinking on their feet for every single situation right now, and at the current moment, No Name has not yet figured out how to deal with Berts' adaptability.
Yeah, it's really on the fly movement, changing. Great teamwork. That's what we really need to highlight, is just that they are playing as a team, and that can adapt. And I think it's really one of the hard challenges when you're playing a team, getting out of your structure. But this fight is going on. You see that Vlad goes down. Swako is getting some damage. And Vilify, great with that FCAR.
What people need to realize is that when you're gonna jump pad RPG on a team, it only works if that team is jump pad RPGable. And when you have Berts that is tactically splitting up between a building, so that if the RPG hits, it's only going to hit one of them. When No Name dives into the air on that jump pad, it just becomes aim labs for Vilify. It just becomes, Z's opportunity to pick up some more tracking practice with the FCAR.
Yeah.
It is such an intense situation to be in for No Name, but for Berts it's just aim labs. All right, but we're gonna be seeing No Name drop it.
Yeah, and they're in a good spot actually right now. This is probably their best setup. I don't know where Berts is, but they're kind of letting him have it. Although it seems like they're running away. They're trying to find that enemy team so that they can bring them down. Oh, here's Berts. They're in a great position actually. Look at that. They can see the
look at that! What an insane angle to hold out. That's crazy. So that was just an APS, but still, we are going to see that No Name has absolutely no idea where the fight is coming from. They're looking for an angle that they can cut off, but it's every angle. Z is able to find one medium out, take him out, and Vladimir goes down, so no heavy. Just up to Noah, doesn't focus on the res, instead trying to get the shots out. The shots aren't going to connect, and that's going to be it. We get a quick start off here, and it looks like Berts is just here for the quick 2-0. All they need is one more cash out, and that's going to be the end of the run.
That was such an insane positioning for Burt's. Like that,
Try not to be too
the
far
destruction
off.
was perfect for them. I'm not sure if they destroyed the wall or if that was already like how it was, but just impressive that they were able to see that opening, get into a good spot. They were able to shoot that APS turret, which did have an impact. And just, I haven't seen anybody play on this level today. This is probably some of the most exciting gameplay we've seen today so far. And it's coming from Burt's, and yeah, definitely a force to reckon with. That unfortunately, I think No Name is learning very quickly.
Absolutely. The best thing to see is that No Name is finally figuring out how to get somebody separated. However, this is again a vault fight. Not gonna matter too much if Burt's can't clutch it up here. We're gonna be seeing Vilify actually not able to connect where these shots are coming from. Not gonna be able to get the perfect dial in on how to escape this. So they run over to the side, and Vlad is just waiting for them essentially. They need to just full reset here for Burt's. No Name finally is in a good position, but again, it's not gonna matter too much on this first start.
Vilify's pretty low, although he's getting good damage. Oh, he brings down Noah.
Switch,
and immediately gets rehealed. This is what I was talking about. The team who just knows when to switch over to healing and damage. And it's just
Who's that? Last one.
they're really
Oh,
working
never mind. No,
together.
shoot.
It does look like Vilify goes down.
Look at that. It's just not even a competition at this point. The way that No Name had every advantage there, and then again, they play in the back. They play it safe. They don't go for the push. They had the ability to cut them off because, again, I said, Burt's just needs to back up and reset here. But that really only would have applied if No Name continued to pressure. No Name stopped pressuring, and so Burt's didn't need to reset. The reset came to them.
Yep. Well, an unfortunate spawn too from No Name. They spawn 250 meters away. They do have low gravity, so all these jump pads are going to get them some good distance pretty quickly. But by the time they even get close, the cash out will be a fourth of the way done. So we see now Vilify setting up, getting those pop shots. He's got a great position right now because he's able to crouch behind this like platform.
Possibly big damage here for No Name, but No Name, they need to focus on dropping Burt's out to the bottom, but they're not even focusing on the drop. They're just trying to deal damage to a double medium team who can heal through it.
Yep.
They're playing this as if Burt's is running HML. They're playing this as if they're against a light team, but they're not. It's a sustained team.
Yeah, and I feel like we're almost at the point where it's too late for them to change their strategy. It does look like No Name's actually going for the steal right now, but Burt's just has great positioning. They're able to hop in and just kind of shut them down. Vilify brings back Sueco.
Yep, they get the res on both teams here. Vilify and Sueco dealing some damage here. Vlad's going to go down, no more heavy, and they have the ability to hold that heavy's trophy all the way in the back, so no res is going to come through. Sueco healing through the massive damage right now. Z and Vilify both just on the heal beams of Sueco. W keys. Look, they make him run away. They make him run away. You can't do this in a competitive environment.
Wow. Oh, well, I don't think that they're going to have time to respawn. They still have, what, 5 seconds before they do. And yeah, I think that this is
no way.
It. What an impressive gameplay. Just dominating force by Burt's. No Name tried. You could definitely see there were a lot of fights that were close, but the double medium just made it where they were able to get healed right back. And,
he said get active.
Not you. Oh, they came through the front door.
Oh my god. No way that No Name drops only 6 kills through the entire series here. Burt's absolutely stomping right now. And again, it is the difference between NA MMH versus EU MMH. There's a different approach that has developed in ranked. Therefore, a different approach that has developed when you get into these tournaments. Absolutely insane to see that happen. So our next fight, though, is going to be No Name's redemption arc. Will they have a chance at redemption? Because remember, they have to go up against Grief Party. And Grief Party, they're running the light. So, I mean, maybe, you know, because, again, the way that No Name was playing was as if they were playing against a light.
Yeah.
But maybe it'll work out for them here, but if we've been watching Grief Party since the beginning of today, and Grief Party is locked in.
Absolutely.
I don't think that it's going to be an easy road for No Name.
Yeah, and there just really wasn't anything to highlight from No Name. Like, there were some good fights, but overall they just did not get the kills. Bert's, like, I really just want to point out that, like, Bert's had the height advantage nearly every fight. Like, for somebody that's trying to learn more about the game and get, you know, it going, it's just that advantage because it's so hard in an FPS for somebody to look up, and just having that, like, large areas and large kind of area just gave them a large advantage, basically. So I would love to see a redemption arc from No Name, but yeah, Bert's, what an amazing play.
Absolutely, and we are going to have that fight for you to see if No Name can stack up against Grief right after this break.
That was a punishment.
I know, my God.
Oh, all right, I gotta run to the bathroom. I'll be right back.
Maybe mom and dad were right when they told me this wouldn't be nothing. Maybe I should take their advice, go get a life, or maybe get a job or something. Pack it up and head back home, tell everybody I was bluffing. Maybe I'll just get out my head and focus on what I know's coming. Yeah. Cause I can't fall asleep at night without seeing my dreams. Delusion and reality, I'm somewhere in between. These voices in my head get loud and they keep telling me that I'm a fool for trusting in these wings. But maybe, baby, this what flying feels like. 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 Maybe all my exes just drinking themselves crazy tonight. Maybe I should call and say, told you I'd be right. Wondering how long it was before you realized the biggest mistake of your life, and now you're paying the price. Oh, is it confidence or confusion? Either way, I feel like I ain't never losing. Your opinion of how you know just what I'm choosing. I gotta do this, cause I can't fall asleep at night without seeing my dreams. Delusion and reality, I'm somewhere in between. These voices in my head get loud and they keep telling me that I'm a fool for trusting in these wings. But maybe, baby, this what flying feels like. Maybe, baby, this what flying feels like. Maybe, baby, this what flying feels like. Maybe, baby, this what flying feels like.
Welcome back, folks. My name is Artie. I'm joined here by Rio, who's on that side. I learned how to point, and we are going to be jumping into No Name versus Grief Party. Rio, catch us up to speed on these two teams.
Grief Party's really been kind of coming out. MXKX is somebody that I'm really impressed every time I watch his aim practice, aim training. He's able to just kind of hone in on them. And then No Name, we actually just saw play, and they really kept running up against a wall against Burt's. So I'm curious to see if they're able to kind of, pun intended, break through the wall of Grief Party and kind of show us what they've got, because they've made it this far. They definitely have talent. They definitely have skill. And I think that they're just going to run up to a really tough team, which is Grief Party. So I think that this will be probably one of the more charged matches we're going to see today. Just two teams really fighting to get back into that last spot.
Exactly. You know, No Name, I think it could have been the time. It could have been, the time difference. Yesterday, they obviously did a lot of work to end up where they did today in the winner's bracket. But that last game was just so difficult to watch, given the fact that they could not find a way to get activated. But this time, going into this next one, remember they're up against Grief Party, who has been running heavy, medium, light. Perhaps they are better trained against fighting light players. However, I kind of doubt that. I think that if anything, they're used to playing against other MMH squads, given the fact that they are an EU team. But for No Name, they really have to figure out one thing, and that is, how do you work with your team to prioritize? Because they did not look like they were prioritizing anything in that last one.
Yep.
If you're fighting MMH, can you single out the heavy? It depends. Is the heavy in a spot where he's just going to get insta-res, or are you going to be able to protect that trophy and make sure that heavy's not coming back? Let's take a look at the maps here. We got CIS Horizon, Las Vegas, Skyway Stadium. I feel like I've seen this one before. Very, very obvious pick here, given the fact that MXKX, his squad does not want to run on Monaco if they're running a light. Soul being banned, neither here nor there. Kind of expected at this point. Starting on CIS Horizon, though, this is Grief Party's best map, hands down.
Yeah, and I'm just curious, have we seen any map on Monaco today? I can't remember any. Yeah,
we have not had a single Monaco.
But like you said, CIS Horizon's always fun to watch. Las Vegas, great map to follow, and Skyway Stadium, kind of the variations are a lot of fun on that one. So CIS Horizon will be actually perfect because it will showcase which team kind of has that like gusto behind them to kind of take it and run with it. And I think that when we saw Grief Party on it earlier, they did have a nice dominance on it. So I think that this is going to be a pretty charged map.
Yeah, it's going to be pretty fun to see, given the fact that no matter what happens, Grief Party has just been locked in today. And even if No Name has fixed all the issues, right? Even if No Name has understood the problem and is ready to fix it, they're up against a completely different kind of monster here, because Grief Party wants that in. And this is for everything. This is for the qualify into the Masters event. Everything is on the line right here. And for No Name, they already just lost against Burt's, who they were tied with previously. So now everything matters here for No Name.
Yeah, and I think that we will see that kind of when they go to fight, because both teams know how important these next matches are. And I will be surprised if we see anything like the Burt's fight that we just did. I think that both teams are going to probably bring it pretty hardcore and be ready for, good, quick fighting.
Exactly, because, hey, if Grief Party can just enter here in Qual 4, jump right in, and just get that qualification spot by sheer willpower of, hey, I want to play today, then absolutely they earned their name as the Grief Party, because No Name has put in a lot of effort to get here, but we'll see if they're going to be putting in even more effort to stay afloat.
And I'm curious if we're going to see any changes on them, because they, like you said, they are running light, medium, heavy, but they might swap it up here. I guess we'll tell when we find. You don't think so?
I really doubt it. I really doubt it, because with how intense Grief Party is playing that, Carnifex is absolutely locked in on that light, and we've already seen insane plays from Carnifex today, right? I don't see a world where Carnifex switches to medium just because they think they need to. And NetX is absolutely hitting with a heavy today too.
Yeah, I remember there was a game that he had over 10 kills and just kind of, whatever he picks up. I think he's running the shotgun. I don't think we've seen the Lewis come out from him yet.
Yeah,
but
it's been SA-12 the whole time.
Yeah.
And as we jump into it here, we can see it's going to be heavy, medium, light. We are seeing No Name jump onto the Lewis gun, so it is already going to be the difference. But wait, what is that? Are we also seeing NetX jump on Lewis? This is a first for the day.
Ooh. Okay. And such a strange choice. I figured we would have seen this in Vegas, not on CIS Horizon, because there's a lot of really close fighting that happens here. But maybe they're planning to kind of take this little different route and kind of go slower, get some chip damage away. But yeah, time will tell.
Yeah, and starting off pretty strong glitch barrel in the hands of both teams as they try to find their opener. What I will say, that glitch is going to hit No Name a lot harder than it is going to hit Grief Party, because No Name, they are banking on those heals, but a huge glitch is going to come through, and look at this, Grief Party actually loses 2 off the first fight. The res is going to come through into Vlad, and Grief Party actually unable to keep up with this very first fight. That is a good show here. Carnifex has to just hide away at the side.
Yeah, perfect throw from the glitch barrel. You could see it impacted, at least 2 people, and it did stop the heals. So that was a great play. Probably the best that we've seen so far from No Name.
Absolutely, and we have that side cash out here. The question is, are they going to be playing for the drop and throw? Is it going to be a bounce out to the middle of no man's land, or will they get caught up in time? There it is, Carnifex getting started up. It's MXKX who delivers the final blow. No Name already in danger of getting it stolen. There it is. The steal is almost free for Grief Party here, and now the prospect of it getting dropped and bounced is on Grief Party here. No Name is kind of shocked at what just happened to them.
Yeah, that was so quick. Just a quick turnaround. I don't think that anyone expected that. That was just amazing. 2 people dropped right away from No Name, and then, yeah, Grief Party was able to get in there, get the steal basically for free. We now see that No Name is trying to get reset up. They're coming up on the stairs. We see the red barrel in one of their hands. They're all staying pretty close together, which is a smart move right now. As they get closer to Vault A, I think that they're going to try and break down the wall or maybe throw it at somebody, but really kind of curious why they're taking their time. And now they're making more space, because I think that they've realized that Grief Party is a little bit spaced out. And I think that they can try and get the jump on them. There they are. We see the red barrel come in, gets that heavy shield down.
Yeah, I think Grief Party is able to heal through it, though. They didn't take much damage to begin with. And we are going to see the opening RPG not going to be doing too much damage to either team here. Both teams just kind of evading each other. Oh, Noah goes super, super low here, and the damage that was dealt to MXKX gets healed through. We are going to be seeing Edico get rezzed here. Noah comes back up, but huge RPG damage going to stop him in their tracks as Carnifex. Oh, it was a grenade, frag grenade damage. Carnifex gets the double, the triple, and there we go, NetX to finish it off.
Yeah, that was pretty exciting. I mean, they were able to get the res in there, but as soon as he res, he was just stuck in the middle of 2 different people. And yeah, it just didn't last long. So Grief Party will get the first cash out. Pretty well deserved as well.
I kept turning around my shield.
Completely wild gameplay here, given the fact that Grief Party had so many opportunities to push. But again, this happened last time too. Grief Party so close to actually having a functional team push, and then they back away at the last second because they just don't have the confidence.
Yeah.
Right there. All three.
Well, we see they're getting set up for Vault 2. I think they're going to open it.
I don't have an angle.
And they've got a good distance between the teams, so we're going to see some chip damage happen. Pulls up a gas, throws up the APS on top of the roof.
Oh, look at that
APS
APS doing work.
Yeah. Ooh, they actually got some good damage off. I'm curious if this fight takes it.
Yeah, well, remember, No Name does have 2 healers. They have the sustain. Right now, the Grief Party is just trying to make sure that they have no sustain left to go. Huge follower notification in the middle of the screen, but check this out. As one medium goes down, they're not going to be in a good position to get the res. As he goes with the res, he gets eaten. Just a heavy left, and that's going to be another team wipe. And that's what I'm talking about. You have to manage how you use your utility. Are you going to be dealing damage, or or are you going to try to go for the res? If you're going to try to go for the res, well, then you need something to block the bullets for you. But the heavy went the other direction. And that kind of shows a clear lack of synergy between the team, given the fact that Vladimir still had his shield up, but instead of going to protect his medium while he was going for the res, he tried to back out of the fight. His medium got eaten.
Yep. Yeah, it's kind of a shame. We do need that synergy between the teammates, and they do seem a little disoriented, and I'm not sure why. They are a big name, and they have made it far, so this is not what I expected from a team like this.
Yeah, I mean, No Name is playing with, you know, a fourth that they might not have had plans for. I know they also have Alfonsi on their roster, who isn't here right now, but, you know, that doesn't kind of disqualify the fact that they are just not really playing together at all. Like, they're playing together like this, but when they move, they're not moving with that same fluidity. Like you see here, Noah X goes out, his teammate doesn't know how to come through in the right time. They do end up trying to, you know, come out of the woodworks to get the res in, but there's just no time. The heavy just gets caught off guard away from his healers, and Grief Party looks so stable here. To be honest, I don't think No Name even has time for this next steal.
They might have one dive on it, but you know they didn't even make it to the vault.
Look at this!
They got shut down. They got shut down a good distance away, and we're going to see that again. We see that Grief Party is able to kind of shoot and keep them at bay, and they might be able to dive on it.
They can dive on it for sure, but they have to choose between taking the team fight or trying to go for a steal. Insane opening nade here. Two APSs don't do anything if they're not placed where they need to be. Carnifex dealing insane damage. Just as well, the glitch going to be holding them out long enough to where they need to go for the res later. This is all just chipping away at the time, and now it looks like No Name has absolutely none left. All they can try to do is drop it and go for the steal, but the red barrel doesn't hit where it needs to. The drop doesn't happen. There's actually no time left to steal, and that means that even if they win the team fight, it's gonna be Grief Party coming in first here for our first map on CIS Horizon. This is insane to see what's happening to No Name right here.
Yeah, well, and on the flip side, it's just insane to see from Grief Party because they, again, were just kind of a no-name team, pun intended, and now they are bringing it back, and I still am impressed with the aim from MXKX. Like, it's just pretty much legendary, and the ability to switch back from healing and shooting from that FCAR, it's really fun to see. They're like a train that's not stopping.
Exactly. That's exactly what I've been talking about all day, is that they have that synergy down pat. They know when, you know, I got to switch between heals and shooting. They know when, hey, we need to make an opening for Carnifex. And, of course, NetX knows when to hold W key. Hint, it's pretty much always. And they're just able to find these upsets up against No Name. And yeah, I mean, you're so right when it comes to MXKX. It's like I look at my mouse and I'm like, mine can't do that, but his can.
Yeah.
I think it's the hand cam. It's the hand cam that gives the difference.
Definitely. So yeah, I guess the next map was what, Vegas? I believe so. And,
yes.
We're gonna see if Grief Party can keep this party train going, because they are full steam ahead, and I just kind of want to see more. I want to see more of what they can do, and I think that we're about to.
And remember, Grief Party pulled out the Lewis gun for that. NetX had been on the SA-1216 the entire day, and now on the Lewis gun, just I get activated with it. No worries. And then No Name just doesn't do anything on it. It's crazy to see that all of these things are happening. And I mean, the pro play for the finals is just so good. I'm so excited to jump into the next match. I'm so excited to see what's going to happen on map 2. Hot take, hot prediction, I don't think there's going to be a map 3 here.
Yeah, I mean, I would love to see an upset, because again, I keep coming back to No Name they have skill. They're able to do it. They did make it this far, and they were in the winners bracket in the beginning, and so they should be putting out more than we're getting. It might be the sub in from the new player, but still, you got to be dynamic. You got to play with more people than just your core team. That's why you have sub. That's why you have more people. So I would love to see us get to map 3, but I think I'm going to follow in your prediction as well. I think that we're about to see Grief Party take it.
I think that we're having some troubles getting into the lobby, so bear with us here for just a moment. I think that we could get started up here in just a bit, but I think that they've had a crash once more. Bear with us. But let's go ahead and talk about CIS Horizon, because we've seen it every single game today, and I am so happy for that.
Yeah, I mean, it's just one of these maps that, I don't know, the first time I played it, I was kind of like, oh, what is this? I think the colors kind of threw me off, but it's a very well put together map. It's got the right amount of like spaces, it's got good distance on where you can fight, where you can hold, and I think the cash outs, there's no like crazy cash out in my opinion. You know, like we have the hospital.
I disagree with that. I think there's two crazy cash outs.
Really? Where?
The first is going to be the one that we've seen, I think, 3 times today, which is the fire escape, where you can drop it if you put a jump pad on the wall and it goes out in the middle of the street. The second one, which we haven't seen today, is the one that spawns in the Japanese Zen garden next to campus. That one is out in the open, and it is pretty well defined on how to play for that, which is to set up on top of campus and rain down hellfire from across that sort of open area. And we have seen teams struggle with how to deal with that, both defending and attacking. But when you have a jump pad and an RPG, you could do anything you want on that point. But we haven't seen that second point today. But that first point, it's been very interesting to see teams struggle on how to approach that that stairwell even before it's been dropped out into no man's land.
Yeah, and I think that when I think of like impossible to push, that one's still very open. And yeah, you can, you know, move the cash out station by jump padding it, but there's still a lot of ways to approach it. There is that verticality where the enemy team can set up in a hold above really high up, but you still have, you know, you can loop around, you can come directly on, you can jump pad and get on top of them. There's a lot of options that it's not just like a locked off, you know, cash out station, but it does provide a lot of different ways to play. So I think that's just exciting, really kind of a good gameplay.
I think we're jumping into the match right now. So the match does look like it's gotten started off, although I think we're still on the caster cams out here. One moment, please. Well, I can at least tell you what's going on here. While the game is going through, the first vault fight has actually, it's not really a vault fight. NetX died early on, and we're actually seeing that Carnifex and MXKX are waiting for him to respawn. No Name has control over the vault on Vegas, and here we go, getting back into the game here. And yeah, so the main thing that's been going on is that when we have this team fight that No Name finally has gotten an upper hand on, they aren't pushing it the way that they need to. And so what ends up happening is that we have MXKX's squad just getting the perfect amount of time to reset up on the top and then take their own advantage. They make their own play out of it.
Yeah, and here we see the double heals coming out, and Noah is able to hold off. They do get hit with the glitch barrel, and they're running around trying to find cover, breaking the zip lines, trying to hold on to this Vault 1. We really do need to see kind of them step up their game, and they are playing a little closer together than previously. Getting the jump pad, running in. Oh, takes a lot of damage from the RPG, but his teammate's able to heal him. This is where the double healers really helps out. They throw down the APS turret. They're jump padding up, and they're able to get a lot of damage. Oh, and they're able to take out MXKX. And are they able to get a second kill? They did trade Noah and Electro. Yeah, great trade there.
So yeah, it ended up coming down to the fact that, you know, No Name almost had the upper hand, but again, as soon as No Name gets advantage, they back off, and I really have to wonder where this is coming from, because it was such a good opportunity for them to take advantage of the fact they had won that team fight in the sense that there was a heavy down and that they could have pressed forward. But I think that they're just so afraid of getting caught off guard or stepping away from the objective. And you know, in most games, you really do have to focus on the objective. It's PTFO all the way down. However, when it comes to the finals, people tunnel vision on that. And so they tunnel vision on, hey, we need to protect the objective and make sure that nobody, you know, steals the vault from under us. But at the same time, they're not ready for the fact that Grief Party just ran around the other side. So now we're watching as Grief Party holds up from the top, and No Name, they're trying to come up from height. And Grief Party, they read this, so now they're rotating up from height. And look at this. So now Noah, Atelko, and Vlad, they actually drop through the roof. And they're like, where did Grief Party go? And the height just gets switched off again and again. And check this out. No Name gonna try to go for the steal here. This is exactly what Grief Party wants. NetX goes for the kill onto the heavy, and now they have to spend one medium to go out and go take that. So they immediately pull them away from the cash out. This is exactly what Grief Party wants. And now more members of No Name just go down because Grief Party can't keep up with it. And there we go. It's gonna be a team wipe for, wait a second. No, wait a second. The res on Noah, but no, it's MXKX just a little bit faster. One bullet would have made the difference there. Absolutely insane.
Yeah, and they played it really slow, but they did have a nice fight there where both teams kind of converged together. Going up, going down, hitting the reses, really risky reses too. I was pretty shocked that Noah went for one of them, but he did bring his teammate back and it did prolong that fight. Unfortunately, they weren't able to get it, and now they're kind of stuck in a situation where I don't know if they'll have enough time. They're pretty much out of time now, unless they dive on it immediately. So I think Grief Party might take this first point.
Yeah, they for sure have this cash out. They don't have to worry about that getting taken out from them here. But at the same time, you know, Grief Party, like, they're gonna play it safe. They're gonna do what they can. But it's just insane the fact that No Name can't read that that's not gonna happen, right? Like, even if they got there in time, they have to know the steal's not gonna happen. And so I'm really struggling to understand what No Name's angle is here, given the fact that they got up in this tourney so high, only to just fall from grace so, like, dramatically quickly.
Well, and I'm not sure if you saw that, but the kill feed from MXKX, like, it had kill, elimination, team wipe. You know, he really, he was the powerhouse in that fight. And I'm still surprised that they did take that fight right at the end. Like, there was no hope, and they all just, No Name just dove onto the point and just to be slaughtered, basically. So I feel like they're a little flustered, and they're just trying to figure out what they can do, trying some crazy strategies, but I'm not sure now's the time. I would kind of hold back and try and set up something a little more conductive, because Grief Party is really quite impressive at this point.
Oh, absolutely. And I mean, the biggest thing is that right now, the way that these teams are trying to go about just attempting to take control, there's clearly one way that's working and one way that's not. And I'm just wondering why No Name has not yet figured out that they are genuinely at a disadvantage because of their timing and the way that they're approaching these fights. I mean, we can see that as Grief Party gets ready to start off on Cash Out C, you know, No Name, they just try to follow it directly rather than going through the casino itself, going through the building and trying to cut it off. They're going to try to go from height here. When Grief Party, you know that they're just going to be jump pad RPGing on top of them. We see the nades already coming through, the glitches as well. That means no more healing. But look at this. Even though he can't heal, he's now forced into a reload. And so it's fine because you have another medium here to res, but you just have the entirety of Grief Party inside of your back line, and No Name can't keep up.
Yeah, we even saw a melee kill there from Carfanex. He was able to just get right in his business and kind of take him out. And it looks like Grief Party is in a really good spot again. I know I feel like I'm just a broken record at this point. They just get the point and they are able to hold it. I'm not even sure if we've seen a steal yet happen from No Name on this team, or on this side.
I don't know exactly though.
So here we see Grief Party getting set up. They've only got to hold it for, I don't know, about 30 more seconds. And they're just really into it.
They're running in as they can. They're staying together, but at the same time, they don't know where their entry is going to come from. The pad is not going to quite connect. No damage goes through. Carnifex has a really good angle to deal some damage there. MXKX finishes off the heavy. Just 2 mediums left, and the medium is going to be 1 HP as he runs up to try to res the heavy. They have 1 medium isolated on the sideline here. They are not actually going to be able to finish him off just yet. There he goes. 1 medium down, and MXKX is also going to get traded out, but it's not going to be enough. No Name goes all the way out. That's going to be the game. Definitely not enough time to get a steal there. We could say another clean 2-0 for Grief Party as No Name gets shut out here.
It is what it is.
Yeah, the teamwork is just what's really impressive to me. Like they know when to spread out, they know when to kind of come together. Grief Party just, boy, they are the team to watch. I am blown away. I would love to see Grief Party against Birds because I think that will really showcase the 2 strong teams that we've had today.
Yeah, absolutely insane stuff here from the teams. I mean, hey, big shout out to Grief Party for, you know, showing up and showing off, and No Name unfortunately getting knocked out 2 2-0s in a row from the winners semifinals all the way out to the bottom here. But I could not think of a better way to have this losers finals here. I mean, hey, Grief Party just really showed up because first off with LRC today, just insane performance. Carnifex really showing up and turning on for the very first time like this is crazy. Then we come up to Grief Party, which, you know, obviously a Grief Party versus No Idea. Strong start because No Idea put up a fight all the way to the very end, and now went from No Idea to No Name, and now Grief Party taking out No Name, really showing us that they are here for the grand finals. And insanely enough, Grief Party from the lower bracket all the way up, they went through the gauntlet and they proved that they're ready for this. So now time for Grief Party versus Burt's up in the next one. Absolutely massive stuff.
Yeah, I honestly don't know who's going to take it. I think if there's ever a match that's going to be going to 3, I think this will be it because both teams have just been on a roll. They both seem to be dominating forces in this game. So if there's ever a game to watch or go back and review, I think that this next one coming up will definitely be a match to remember.
Yeah, so it is insane. So congratulations to Grief Party for this insane run. And we are going to be jumping right into the grand finals action right after this break.
Know that they ride or die. I keep boys by my side. Know that they ride or die. I keep boys by my side.
Day we hustle, but the night we
Know that they ride or die. Know that they ride or die. I keep boys by my side. Know that they ride or die. I keep boys by my side.
day we hustle, but the night
Boys by my side. Know that they ride or die. My name came up a lot, it sounds more when I was not around. Certain people that I know, they ain't no longer about. My name came up a lot, it sounds more when I was not around. Certain people that I know, they ain't no longer about. My name came up a lot, it sounds more when I was not around. Certain people that I know, they ain't no longer about. My name came up a lot of times, more when I was not around. Certain people that I know, they ain't no longer about. I'm a OG boy. Know that they ride or die. I keep boys by my side. Know that they ride or die. I keep boys by my side. OG boy.
Day we hustle, but the night we
OG boy. Know that they ride or die. I'm a OG boy. Know that they ride or die. I keep boys by my side. Know that they ride or die. I keep boys by my side.
day we hustle, but
Know that they ride or die. Cody's brothers, my guys. Know that they fly. Know that they fly. Know that they ride or die. Cody's brothers, my guys. Know that they fly. Know that they fly. Know that they ride or die. CJ Ike, they ain't no longer about. They ain't no longer about. They ain't no longer about. CJ Ike, they ain't no longer about.
day we hustle, but the night we
Boys by my side. Know that they ride or die. Know that they ride or die. I keep boys by my side. Know that they ride or die. I keep boys by my side.
day we hustle, but the night we
Boys by my side.
Hello, everybody. Welcome back. We are about ready for the grand finals here for the Breakout Esports Masters Series. I am already joined again by Rio. And Rio, it's been a really, really tough day for some of these enemies. And it has been a pretty good day if you're Grief Party.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think good day for Burt's as well. Like, they had a really easy match, and now I think that we are probably going to see some of the closest matches that we've seen all day. I think both teams are, either team could take it. And I think that that's just an exciting, premise that both teams are just such a big powerhouse that we are really looking at some of the top players in the entire game right here. And they're going to be going up against each other. So if there's a game to watch, game to study, game to learn from, I think you're about to see it.
Yeah, it is insane to see. And also the fact that right now, if you're Burt's, you're pretty laid back because they should have enough points, theoretically, if they've been doing the calculations at home, that they should be good, win or lose. But for Grief Party, who's just entered out the gate all the way into this grand final finish, if they win this, they're guaranteed their qual spot. And it's the same thing, right? If you're Burt's and you're maybe a bit unsure, maybe they qual, maybe they don't, depending on how the points stack up at the end, they still really want to win, at the very least, to make sure the Grief Party can't do any more griefing in the actual Masters game coming up soon. This is going to be for everything here, and I'm very excited to see what's coming up next.
Yeah, and if you're rooting for an underdog, I mean, I think that it's pretty easy to see that the underdog is Grief Party, but I think that they're about to show that they're anything but an underdog here in this next match.
Exactly. And speaking of underdogs and overdogs, performers, we have an MVP vote that you, the viewer, have the ability to control. Let's go ahead and take a look at our one-shot MVPs, and this is time to get your votes in. We're going to be putting a Twitter link into the Twitch chat, so be sure to click that as soon as you guys see it. But our one-shot MVP vote, MVP vote, wow, I can't speak, is going over here to one of these four players. So starting from No Idea, Vrake, The Light, who has been activated all day, and then over on No Name, Vlad, the Heavy that almost could do it all against the odds. Then of course on the Grief Party, it's NetX, the Insane Heavy, started on SA12, switched over to Lewis Gunn, and of course Swaco on Burt.
Yeah, honestly, all of these players have been just top-tier performance today. Whoever gets the vote probably definitely deserves it. And they will be getting a nice little gift from our sponsor, One Shot. So they will be getting a gear package sent to them. So your vote does have an impact on these players. My personal vote, I've just been amazed by NetX just all day. But I don't know about you, Artie. Who's your pick for MVP?
If I say it out loud, I will be kicked out of one of two Discord servers. So instead, what I will be doing is just saying that all of these players absolutely deserve the vote. And hey, the winners are going to receive some intense one-shot energy care packages. So your vote does matter. Keep an eye on the Twitter on the Twitch chat or the Twitter link that's going to be coming through so that your favorite player can get their pack of one-shot energy.
Yep, without a doubt. And honestly, after a day like today, we've been casting for several hours. I will be breaking open my package and need it. Even my wife during one of the breaks was like, "You're starting to sound hoarse. You need one of those drops." So I will be definitely taking one here, and they are a great product to have on hand, especially for casting days like this.
Absolutely. Again, a huge shout out to our title sponsor of the event, One Shot Energy, a new way to get energized, from chewable energy drops to focus chews and even voice recovery drops. No matter what you need, you can use code BREAKOUT for 10% off your order. Throughout this whole event, all first place and second place players will be receiving these one-shot care packages, as well as the MVP winners that you can vote for on Twitter, like we've been talking about, the MVP vote that we just showed off. They will all receive one-shot care packages filled with goodies. So type !1shot for more information on that. Just as well, I'd like to shout out our Matcherino. Using !donate, you can go to the Matcherino and donate towards a prize pool or complete quests that can add money on behalf of the sponsors. The current prize pool for Split 1 is over $500. So this is a great way to support the finals esports scene. You don't even have to spend any money to do it. Thank you guys so much for sponsoring these events. And hey, we are getting ready to jump into that lobby for the grand finals. I am excited to see what is at stake here, starting off on Seoul.
Wow. That was unexpected. Seoul is the first map that we're going to get started on. Typically, this is pretty much banned, and we are still starting off with a ban of Monaco again. We are not seeing that at all today. I'm curious what the shift has been, because the last match, or the last tournament, we definitely did see Monaco in play quite a few times, but I guess it's dropped out of favor, and maybe these two teams are really wanting to kind of duke it out on one of the harder maps, which is definitely Seoul and Vegas. And then the decider, I'm surprised here that we're not seeing CIS Horizon. So Seoul, Las Vegas, Skyway Stadium, really great maps. Not what I was expecting, but I think that that'll help, it amplify kind of what each team has to offer and bring to the plate.
100%. I mean, again, seeing Seoul for the grand finals is crazy. I do love to see that, because the fact that these teams know that there is that element of just, it could be RNG. You could just have that terrible spawn, but they want that. They want the RNG because they think that they can put it in their favor. And that kind of competitive edge at the very beginning of the game, you love to see, especially starting on Seoul, not just ending on Seoul where it could get crazy.
Yeah.
We're gonna start and make sure that RNG goes in our favor.
Well, and honestly, for a match like this, when the two teams, I think, are just so evenly matched, like, that RNG is going to go a long way, because this might come down to a match of RNG, who gets to take it. But it is just the starting map, and Vegas has consistently been the second map chosen today. I think there was one team that started with it first, but yeah, both maps are surprising picks, so they should have a lot of really exciting gameplay to them.
Absolutely, and it looks like we'll be getting started in just a little bit here. Again, I'm excited to see, because if we're talking Grief Party, we're talking some insane light gameplay. And not only that, but if we're talking Berts, we're talking insane light gameplay. We're getting the HML versus HML on Seoul for the second time today, and this time it's our two best teams. This is the finals esports, and we're about to jump into it.
Yeah, I'll be curious to see if anything changes. I assume that both are going to have light, and it does look like that.
No, Vilify and Z and Sueco, they're staying. No, they're committing. I was trying to will it into existence that they're staying, that they're going to keep the light, but no. Instead, we are still seeing Vilify and Z drop the double medium. I keep trying to get them to pull it by just willing it in my head, but no, they are going to remain MMH. But hey, let's see. It's going to be that battle of sustain. It's going to be that battle of the skirmish. Let's see what's going to happen here. Will Z and Vilify be able to out-sustain the insanity?
Yeah, and we see that Grief Party is starting to go. They're closest to the vault. They do get it open. We see that Berts is jumping around, kind of getting set up. They're a little bit of ways away, but they are going to have a good distance, and I think that they're going to try and set up for some chip damage. We see the glitch grenade going off, and they're just trying to hold their position. They are in a not great spot. They're kind of at a big impasse with all of the other teams, and they're just trying to fight to stay alive. Throws down the dome shield, holds it off, and we see that Z goes down to 1 HP. Both healers are going to get on him, trying to bring him back, and their heavy goes down. Sueco's down. Z is at half health. Vilify is being chipped away. Z is going down too.
It's just Vilify now. Is he going to be able to get the res? I don't think so. I think that team fight is going to be over, and it's Grief Party coming out on top. NA versus NA for the first time ever in the grand finals.
And some of that destruction can really damage the team, because they fell all the way through that roof, and it's such a hard distance to cover back up unless you have a zip line or a jump pad to throw back down. But at that point, you're at such a disadvantage that it just is not working out in your favor. So Grief Party really played that well, but here we see that Berts is coming right back in with full force. They've got great traversal, moving around, and they're going to get right back to where they want to be. and zipping around, jumping on zip lines, going around. They're bringing the fight back.
Oh, and there it is. Insane first fight to get things started off with. And it looks like Grief Party can't keep up with the damage output. So it's Burt's that actually gets a pretty quick, good, strong start. And again, they're going to be fighting over this hospital cash out. And wait, what is this? Carnifex still up. Going to be able to take out Vilify, at least buying some more time. But this is going to hurt for Grief Party, given the fact that they're starting off at such a disadvantage on the hospital cash out. Remember, the RNG of getting this cash out here is going to be insane, but the bridge has not been brought out yet. The God Zip is just now getting destroyed. The crane is still up. Many ways to cross this terrible funnel.
Yeah, and it's just not a funnel yet. Like, it will be here shortly, but as soon as that is funneled to one location, it just makes pushing that cash out so hard. And we see that the fighting is happening at a good distance. There is a teleporter pad put up, and they're now inside the hospital stadium.
Okay.
And it looks like they're just kind of NXKX is setting up. They're kind of holding back. I'm not sure why they're playing so passively, but we do see that Burt's is set up really at a high angle, and they're in a great spot to hold this first cash out.
Oh, absolutely. And that's the thing, is that this cash out is going to be so hard to push for both teams here. I mean, if for Grief Party, they are set up in a pretty good spot to take this start, but look at how Burt's is just locked in on top of the elevator. They have no way of out damaging that double medium sustain here, and even though it gets close, they have the res, they have the sustain. Grief Party, it's just gonna be net exits up, and he's gonna go out very quickly here, and it's a good start for Burt's.
Focus fire.
Yeah, absolutely. And by the time that they've spawned in, they just won't have any time left, so Burt's will take this first cash out.
Do that shit, man.
Or at least they should. Yeah, I don't think they're going to respawn in time.
It's just when we were playing,
I
it was
guess we'll
hard
see
for
them
them to
get
get
set
like
up for Vault 2. And hopefully Grief Party can kind of bring this back. It does not look great for them right now.
Unless they get insane RNG for the vault spawn, it should be on the other side. Yeah, there it is. So Grief Party is in a really good spot for this. We already see the sort of shots going through, but Burt's is going to be quickly on the rotate. They're actually going to opt most likely to go off to the right side here around the building and not push directly into the vault, because B and C, no matter what, has to keep going around this side here. And look at the sustain, that double heal. It's so dumb. I love to see it. And we're seeing Grief Party get started onto the vault. They're going to be taking it over in just a moment here once it finishes proccing. But again, Burt's walking all the way around the long way is the best move here. We already see Grief Party. They see what's going to happen. They see, hey, the God Zip is still up. We got to do something about it. And it starts now as Burt's tries to get over to Ape on Grief Party pretty early here instead of waiting at the cash out.
Very split here, by the way.
Yeah, and I believe meteor showers are coming down now, so it's going to destroy the entire structure that they're holding it from. But Grief Party does have a good setup, and as long as they can play defensively, they might be able to take this cash out. We see Burt's coming in, they're going to try and blow it up from below, drop it down to the bottom floor, and they've just done that. They now have a glitch grenade. Vilify is holding it, and I think they're going to bring the fight to Grief Party, try and bring them down and then steal. They're not diving directly on the steal because they have so much time. So now we see Grief Party just trying to set up. There is the steal happening.
There it is. Yeah, Burt's is on the steal right now from the bottom. They dropped it down, and Burt's, they just take it immediately. Grief Party is just not able to get in there in time. They're trying to find some way to split. They fight on the stairs here. Good split up to the top here. MXKX throwing some barrels is going to not do what the barrel wanted, but at the same time, they're going to be able to output some serious damage here. They lose NetX, they lose MXKX, though. Not looking good here as Burt's just absolutely demolishes here. And the Sueco finishes off Carnifex. That's going to be Burt's looking solid. And with all the damage from the bottom side as they try to bring the cash out down to all the meteors hitting up at the top, Petronel Plaza has been leveled, and Grief Party has one more opportunity to get in here.
They're up.
Yeah, honestly, that was a really close fight, and I'm sort of surprised that Grief Party wasn't able to pull it off, because they did bring it down to just one teammate on each side. But like you said, they're going to have one quick dive on it, and I don't even think that they're going to have time to do that, because we're running quickly out of time. They basically have to be on the point like right now, otherwise it's just not going to happen. There's that glitch barrel.
Oh, insane. Oh, and the stun as well. Oh, this is going to be just such a difficult thing to push into, but absolutely insane plays here from Burt's, just showing that double medium is so strong. There's a reason they're pulling that double medium heavy right now. And I mean, I just got to say, it was close, but you know, for Grief Party, this is scary because for the first time ever, Grief Party loses map 1, and now everything rides on that next map. What are they going to be able to do on Vegas? That being said, I think that the heavy medium light is a lot more viable on Vegas. So it just is going to come up to whatever happens in the next minute.
Yeah, and Burst with that double medium, like they were able to heal on the zip line. Every encounter that they were in, they were perfectly full health, gave them all the advantage, and they were able to take down that light pretty consistently. And we are just kind of seeing Burts have the advantage over Grief Party, and so it's the first time that we have seen Grief Party kind of struggle. And if there was a team to struggle against, it would definitely be Burt. So hopefully they can pull it back. I'm still hoping for an upset here, but we'll just have to see what happens.
Because what a storyline it would be if Grief Party, they watched the Masters Series first 3 qualifiers, and they're like, just kicking back, relaxing, sipping on that rum and coke, and then, hey, you know what? We can compete too. And then they just, on the very first time they enter the qualifiers, they go all the way to the grand finals. And if they win that, that is just going to be the most insane storyline that we've ever seen in the finals esports. So starting with this next map, is that going to be possible? Because it's going to come down to that first cash out. Who is in the upper hand? Is Grief Party in danger of getting knocked out immediately off the bat going into Vegas? Are they going to be able to stay in? Are they going to be able to get the first cash out, stay up in the running a little bit more, even if it goes up to cash out number 3? But the big question is for Burts. If they are going to be remaining on this double heal, because this is different from Burts. They're usually used to playing with Chickpea on the light. If they're getting really comfy on this double medium heavy, and they were already good without it before, this team might be unstoppable going into the out of the qualifiers and into the actual Masters Series event.
Yeah, well, and going back to like the upset, like if Grief Party is able to pull this off, like it just gives so much hope to all these other lower teams that haven't had the chance to kind of go up against a David and Goliath situation where we're seeing now. So if they're able to take them down, it's just so much proof that like you can take on these giants of the the pro scene and really kind of work your way in there. And that's what we want to see. We want to see new people, new players, and it keeps the formula exciting. So we're about to hop into it with Vegas starting now, and we do see the light still in play and 2 mediums as well. So pretty much what we saw last time, and let's see if we're able to see a different outcome.
Yeah, and so, with Burts winning map 1, again, it comes down to this. If Burts gets the next cash out, then that means that Grief Party will be 1 cash out away from getting completely knocked out to a tournament that they've done so well in. So, but if Grief Party wins this first cash out, I think that means that they're going to be able to take it all the way to map 3. I think that is going to be the case. So as we get started on this vault, we're going to jump over to Burts to see how they're going to be dealing with the fact that Grief Party started off first, taking some damage, but they're taking a measured approach to this. You'd see that Burts is not just playing like they've already won this.
Yeah, they just got hit with a big glitch grenade. It hit all 3 of them, so they weren't able to heal. It does look like they're making a retreat to a safer distance, and they might let Grief Party kind of take this. Yeah, both teams are set up on the rooftops. I'm curious if we'll see anybody go down because it is just so far distance. But this first vault hasn't even been opened yet.
They're coming to you, Carney.
Yeah, and I mean, looking at Burt's and what they're able to do versus Grief Party, but look at this Grief Party, they're playing as if they're double medium squad. They're just pad over. NetX goes down, MXKX to be able to pick up one here. The trades are coming through insanely, but as Swaco goes down from Burt's as well, doesn't matter because they've got 2 paddles. They're going to be able to res right through it. Grief Party still somehow sustaining a little bit, though Burt's has all 3 members up. It's hard to win a 3-on-2 situation for Grief Party, and we're going to see the final bits of damage going to come through here. But look, the glitch comes in clutch, and that is going to be a wipe for Vilify's team. Absolutely insane to see that come through as Burt's gets knocked.
Yeah. I think that was the first fight we've seen out of Grief Party where they really kind of held the upper hand, even with a lot of teammates going down and able to bring them back up. Pretty fun to watch. And now Burt's is in the underhand situation where they're having to chase down to the vault, and they've got a good distance of area to cover. So by the time they get over there, the vault will be a fourth of the way done. So I bet you we see something pretty aggressive from Burt's, which they can do well. They can kind of hop in there and just show their aggression. And now it's up to Grief Party if they're able to hold it.
Absolutely, especially given the fact that Swaco can just get in there and do some insane damage. But the main thing is for Grief Party is that if they can just mitigate one of those healers, they can turn the tides because they have the glitch barrels, the glitch grenades, the stun. They have so many ways to deny that double heal and that double res, and they know how to time it. So if you're Burt's, you have to keep that in mind.
He saw me.
And Vilify just jumped out to the top there, got a little bit of information, but the timer's halfway down on cash out A. No one has made a move in just yet. Grief Party waiting up on top. They have height, but it's Burt's on the bottom trying to find their way in, trying to find an entry, but they're a little bit concerned about it. Looks like Burt's is going to be jumping up to the top here. Now Burt's has the height. The question is Grief Party aware of this? I think they are. They jumped down. They swapped height to the bottom, and now they're playing the corridor. Glitch grenade going to happen on top on Burt's here. We get Carniflex doing some insane information plays here. As Vilify and Z both drop down to half HP. There's no heals in sight. They're going to lose Swaco as well. Leaves just one player. A quick wipe for Burt's. Means that Grief Party has this on lock for cash out A.
Yeah, the Grief Party's come prepared. They changed their strategy. They seem really into this one, and I think that they just made all the right moves there. They were even setting it up for gas. I didn't see it pop, but they were ready for pretty much any situation, especially when they dropped down into the pit with the other team. And I was pretty amazed at how quickly they were able to get those down. So it looks like they've left the vault, and they're just getting ready for when they respawn.
Come to me, Mickey.
And they do seem like they respawn close, so both teams are going to go at it again.
Another team fight.
Yep.
And lots of damage being traded through, but it's Burt's that takes the brunt of the damage, but Grief Party loses 2 players first. This is going to be tough to recover from. There it is. The wipe going to come through on Grief Party. And Burt's remains in a stable position for now. But remember, Grief Party, they have the first one under wraps. They've got the first one under their belts right now. And so it doesn't even matter if Burt's ends up winning this one. But for Burt's, this is everything. If they have to win the next 2 if they want to close us out. If it goes to map 3, it very well might be a Grief Party W. So Burt's, look at how stable and together they are playing. Grief Party going to have to try and cut them off early, though.
Yeah, I'm curious where they're setting up because I'm wondering if they're just going to push in or if they're going to hold and let the vault get started, the cash out get started, because it does look like that's going to be the case before we see another engagement. And I think that's the smarter play to do because you do want to kind of be in a good position and not just attack them while they're moving. But here, as they go out into the open, this is the area that they will get attacked if they do. And we do see some chip damage coming down from Grief Party, but Burt's is able to kind of get away unscathed for the most part. And now we're switching over, and it does look like Vault Cash Out C is going to get started. And Grief Party is blowing holes in the roof, trying to find an opening anywhere. We see that MXKX is holding the glitch grenade, waiting for the team to come. They do have a good vantage point.
Oh, and Grief Party doing quite a bit to try and make their way in for now, but they're taking a measured approach. They are going to make sure that they know where Burt's is holding from and can pop a glitch barrel on them first and foremost. But at the same time, they're letting that timer tick a little bit. They don't want to leave enough time for Burt's to have, 2 tries to retake. Instead, they're going to take this measured approach seriously. They have the room to lose 1 cash out. So you see them kind of starting to get the damage in here. Burt's is looking a little bit weary. Grief Party, they get the glitch in. It's going to land where it needs to. Sueco goes down, and Z is going to be at super low HP. Z's going to go down, and there's Vilify as well. Grief Party, so stable right now. They're going to be able to get the steal, and Burt's will only have 1 chance left.
Yeah, I think this map is definitely looking like Grief Party. This is quite a turnaround, and really what we wanted to see. This is what we have been seeing from Grief Party all day. So this is really quite a battle between the 2 teams, and I'm just loving to watch it. I'm curious if Burt's will be able to.
When you have Grief Party just ready to run down a corridor.
Yeah, it really gets the adrenaline going even from just the watching it. Burt's is still taking it kind of slow going to this last cash out. I'm curious why they're not just running into it.
Yeah, and look at this. Vilify is so far behind the team. This is a good opportunity for Grief Party to just come through. They get the APS set up here. Grief Party, are they going to be ready? The steal starts. This is a good start. But look at that. The stun comes through. The stun is going to be doing a little bit here. But as they lose 1 here, it's Bird still up to the top. They really put a lot on that stun. They did buy just enough time here. But did they?
Ooh.
The 1 more death is going to come through. Grief Party doing enough. Is there enough time to steal? Will the steal come through, or did Grief Party close out? It's steal. The steal for Burt's. Grief Party, they put everything on that stun. But hey, remember, that could have been the end of the game, but they won the first one. So it's fine. But at the same time, if they do that again on the next one, that's it.
Yeah, and if you look at the scoreboard for both teams, they're pretty evenly matched on the amount of kills and deaths. So this is a close game. Burt's definitely came in there and just saved themselves at the last second. And
they're coming from the roof.
Will they be able to do that again? I don't know.
It is just insane to see this amount of just pure focus that has been coming through from both the teams.
Yeah, they're a little divided on where to go. It does look like they're going to cash out D. One of them gets stunned. Goes down. Vilify couldn't get away from that stun. It is so powerful, and it even has been nerfed, and it's still so impactful to get that stun off on somebody that's just a little bit away from their team, because now they have 2 people down, and Sueco is just doing his best to get that the vault away from the enemy team. Going to wait for his teammates to revive, or maybe he can, revive one of himself. He gets stunned himself. He's doing everything he can, but he's pushed into a corner. Vilify comes back. Sueco's down to a quarter health.
I think for Grief Party, they just need to continue applying this pressure, because if they can get Sueco out right here and then cover the trophy, they are going to be able to just have the full team just staggered out until they get the cash out started. But look at this, Burt's is able to at least clap back a little bit, but Grief Party has so much control right now. It's crazy to see.
Yeah, which team just went down?
That's going to be Burt's. Burt's is down. So it's Grief Party with Carnifex and NetX doing so much. And Carnifex is, an EU light. And it's insane to see an EU light player doing this well, given that light is not that prevalent in the region. So we're seeing them get started off on cash out B here. The question is will Burt's cut them off? If they start this at the wrong time, it could be bad. If I were Grief Party, I would be throwing that vault away right now, just in case.
I'm throwing away the money.
Great rocket onto the Grief Party. They get 2 people down, and is just left with Garvanex. And he's got to try and run.
There it is. He throws the vault away. And just like I said, if I'm Grief Party, I'm throwing that vault away. He did a great job at doing that. Because now Burt's comes through in the team wipe, and Grief Party has to figure out how to reset this. This is what I love about the finals. Doesn't matter if you won the first team fight. You still have work to do. You still have to move that vault all the way over. That takes time. You don't have a nice shipping distribution network set up. And a lot of teams don't take the time to get those the routes set up where you can just pass and plug. It's just not going to be something that we see a lot of these days unless a team is really focusing on building those mechanics. So because it takes so long for that vault to get plugged into the cash out, gives time to reset. And just like that, like a cycle, now it's Grief Party coming through. And Grief Party coming in now while Burt's finally gets the vault plugged in. And Grief Party is right on top of the roof ready to strike.
Yeah, and honestly, this is such a good defensive area for Burt's to be in, because this is one of the harder vaults to push. It is easy to kind of blow it up from the bottom, but there are a lot of defensive positions, and it looks like they're holding it from the bottom, knowing that they are going to get it blown up and then taking the fight just down into the into this area. And they're all kind of set up in a corner, which I'm not sure is the best idea. They do have a door to the right that they can kind of go through if things get hairy, but they're really playing this close together like a bunch of grapes, just waiting for Grief Party to kind of push in. Time is kicking down.
There it is. Burt's drops the cash out down to the bottom floor here. Grief Party looking like they're trying to find, but Burt's wraps around the side, tries to jump up and take out Grief Party, but Grief Party, they're ready to jump in, start to do a little bit of stealing. They know they need to win this team fight. APS goes down. They keep their heavy alive. They're ready. Maybe it's time to steal, but Burt's is on top now. They've swapped out where the height is. They don't have bubble. They're going for the steal here. Grief Party doing a lot with the steal. Steal's going to come through. Now Burt's in a bad spot at the moment. The glitch barrel not going to connect where it needs to here, and Grief Party backs out, can hold it from the corridor. This is a difficult steal for Burt's at the moment. Massive damage going out to Z. Massive damage going out to Swaco. Vilify needs to enter in some way, shape, or form right now. We see Grief Party holding on to the right here, and as one player goes down, it's just Swaco and Vilify on Burt's. And Vilify goes down, it's just up to Swaco. 2v1 situation here. Grief Party, they lose one but get a res in place. Are they going to be able to stay up in time? Swaco needs to do something, but as Z goes back down, it's up to Swaco here. NetX and Carnifex trying to stay alive, and as NetX goes down, it's just Carnifex versus Vilify. The last two, and Vilify goes down, and it's Grief Party that manages to take the third cash out and take map 2. We are going to map 3.
Jeez, what an insane fight right at the end. That was coordinated, it was like thought out. Both teams played it really well, but Grief Party put Burt's in just a bad situation. And there was even gas there on the point that was just holding them at bay. And amazing play. You could really see that they've been in this situation before, knew how to get out of it, and knew how to just make the best of it. Just, wow.
Absolutely insane. And again, Grief Party showing us that not only can you do it with a light, you could do it with a light from EU. It is just so good to see. And remember that second cash out, they put so much pressure on getting the one stun to hit when it needed to. And unfortunately, it did not hit. So they had to go all the way to the third cash out. And on that third cash out, Burt's gambled on going outside, getting ready to drop it, and then retaking height. And that was exactly into what Grief Party wanted, because Grief Party needed an opening where they all got together so that they could get hit with an opening frag, get hit with an opening RPG. And I mean, Burt's just walked right into it, and Grief Party really, really had a good showing on that last team fight as well.
Yeah, just beyond exciting. Like, you can tell that these are the top two teams. Like, this is the matchup we've been waiting for all day, and it is delivering. Like, it is edge of my seat. I'm excited, and I think that Grief Party has a really good chance to pull this off. Can they pull off this David and Goliath story and come out on top? The unknown team coming out of nowhere and taking it all. This is what you want to see.
They just woke up and were like, yeah, time to get activated here. And I mean, for Burt's, even if they lose, there is still a chance that they get enough points, especially now that we're on map 3. There's enough chance that they get the points needed to qualify. If you check out the bracket, you can see exactly how many points they're on right now. And at the end of this game, we will actually be announcing all of the 8 teams that are going to be qualifying for the Masters event. Once we get the results from this last map, it all comes down to this next map.
Yeah, unbelievably exciting, and we are really seeing just the top tier gameplay from both teams. I don't know what to expect from this next game, but I think that we'll get it down to the third cash out, and somebody's going to be walking away with their head held high.
Yeah. In fact, if you guys are paying attention, the reason that the format that Breakout has chosen for this event is so exciting is that if you look on the points right now at the actual scoreboard, I believe it's 3 or 4 teams right now. 3 or 4 teams could be affected by whoever wins this next one. It is insane that is a possibility here, and I am absolutely loving it. So we're gonna take a look as well. There's no surprises here for the medium, medium, heavy, and the heavy, medium, light. And Grief Party still pulling out that light while we're on this map is gonna be so juicy.
Yep, it has everything that they need to succeed, and this is on Skyway Stadium, so we're in a really great map to have this in. I'm surprised that they pulled out the shotgun again, but it is probably. Oh, I guess we're restarting.
We had a little bit of a crash there. One day we might have functioning custom games in the finals, but until that day, we're gonna have a quick restart. But again, kind of go back to what I was talking about before with this format. The fate of, like, if there are 3 or 4 teams watching this right now, hoping that either Burt's wins so that they can qualify, or that Grief Party wins so that they can qualify. Like, there's so much that depends on this one map right now.
Yeah, and that is what makes it exciting, because it's on the edge of your seat, and so much is going to change. People are going to go into the finals, be qualified, and I don't know. I'd love to see Grief Party kind of upset everybody.
To show up on the last qualifier, to take a spot from a team that's been competing for the last 4 altogether, and then just absolutely, if they shatter it at the Masters event, then I'm super happy. Even if they don't do well at the Masters event, it's still going to be something fun to watch. And so as we get ready to set back up, remember, Skyway Stadium, there's tons of different opportunities for that light player to get activated depending on what kind of map we get. Now, it didn't matter what the map format was in the last one, but coming into this next one, are we going to be seeing up, down, left, right? Are we going to be seeing high rise? Depending on what we get, we could see either a benefit or a deficit for one of these teams, just depending on what version of Skyway Stadium we're going to be looking at.
Yeah, and after the restart, I mean, we might even get vanilla. Either way, it's going to be just a perfect final match for both of these teams.
So, I see. So the reason that we reset the lobby there was because when you set up for NA games, it gives you a random server, and because we have players that are playing from the East, from Europe, we need to get East Coast servers. And the random server gave us West Coast. So that's why we did a little bit of a restart. But now we're ready to jump back in. It looks like we're on the up, down, left, right version, which is my favorite version. Best way to end the day right now. And as we get ready to watch Grief Party run with the light player all the way out the gate, we're going to be seeing Burt's get started off on a strong run out. But it's Grief Party that I believe has the upper hand when it comes to the spawn. No, it's Burt's. Burt's is closer.
Yeah, Grief Party has a long distance away before they're even there, so Burt's is going to get this started and probably get set up. Not the best position for Grief Party, but I'm sure that they'll be able to come in and smash through their defenses and just get in there at least.
Absolutely. We are going to be checking out this first vault going the way of Burt's. But the question for Grief Party is, how do they set this up? If Carnifex is going to be using the portal, well, we can just easily set up a portal between A and B. Doesn't matter where they push, we just teleport either way. However, we see the Grief Party is at least going to be doing some chip damage while they try and force it to go over towards A. A little bit of subtle brain play to try and get it to go to A. And the question is the portal ready for this?
Yeah, and A is a really good spot. Yeah, A is a good spot for Burst to set up at. You know, it can be dropped down. It is in that suspended structure, but it does provide a little bit of a fortress that Grief Party has to push into. But they're immediately on point. I believe an RPG or a grenade went off.
Yeah,
last
1 hour pad.
So it's only one structure above.
1 medium is off HP already.
You see that Grief Party is kind of dealing quite a lot of damage to Burst here, and they are almost controlling this platform.
Oh, and Burst. Burt's is on super low HP. They lose one player here, but Grief Party down to just MXKX here. Is he going to be able to get the rest? He's not, and Burt's manages to sustain just long enough. Grief Party could not find a good entry there. I don't believe that the stun came through. I don't know if Carnifex is running portals or if they just didn't get a chance to use them. But again, you really want to get the most out of your utility as a light, because that's where you provide the most. And for Burt's, when they're on that suspended structure, they have such a good opportunity. However, here's where things get crazy, because look at where the cash out ended up. Fell all the way off the structure into the corridor. This is good for Grief Party.
Yeah, and you could see
One
the kind of the
AP is
panic
upstairs.
on Grief Party as they try to revive their teammate. And that's the downside of running only one medium, is you only have one pair of defense units. And they're in a great spot right now. Gets dropped
Oh, but
onto
the
a
pad,
bounce pad.
they had a pad ready for it to go. This is so crazy.
cover.
Carnifex gets taken out, MXKX gets taken out, and this is exactly what Burt's wanted to happen. This is 5D chess. Okay, let me break this down for you, chat, because I don't know if anyone's keeping up with me here. So what happened was that Grief Party pushed Burt's to try and get the vault into cash out A. They wanted cash out A because they could drop it from the suspended structure into the corridors. Then it drops at the corridors, they lose the first team fight, whatever, they're ready. It's corridors now. Burt's calls this. They know what's going to happen. They know that they're playing for the drop. Grief Party knows that Burt's knows that they're playing for the drop. And what happens is when that drop comes down, Burt's already had a bounce pad waiting for it in the floor below that nobody had checked, because who is going to check for that? And Grief Party, who thought that they had the upper hand, lost the upper hand because Burt's is insanely huge-brained.
Yeah, it just threw them into a panic. You could tell that they just weren't expecting it. Like, hey, we have this, we're stealing it, It's now bouncing everywhere. And it just forced them to kind of spread out, and they just went down one after one right after that. So it's just amazing. Big brain move from Burt's.
It's that Grief Party thought they were playing 4D chess, but Burt's is playing 5D checkers.
Yeah. Pure insanity. And we see now Burt's is getting set up for the next vault. We even see two emotes come out. Ooh, they're feeling good. They know what they've just done. And let's see if they can do it again. Because they only need one more vault to cash out. And they take this.
Absolutely insane. It is wild, but we're going to check this out with Grief Party, because Grief Party looks like they might have a little bit more control than they're letting out, though. But as Burt's starts to a pretty rough start there, they come out on top, given the fact that Grief Party could not keep up with the damage. And Sueco just immediately takes out NetX. Carnifex still going to be up there, and Carnifex is going to wait for the team to go ahead and coin back in. But I believe that from what we're hearing, it's going to be moving platform. This is insane.
And it is so hard to retake. It's hard to defend, but it's hard to retake from this moving platform. A, because it moves, and you have to constantly kind of figure out where the trajectory is going to go. And then B, they can do this. They
Grief Party starts off strong there. They get glitched, but they're going to recover from it a little bit here. MXKX on half HP as they start through, but it's Vilify that almost goes down to the bottom before having to get healed up. Sueco trying to find an entry. Vilify goes down. They're going to push that. This is where you enter. They need to prevent the res from coming through, but the res is already happening up at the top. On the bottom, there it is. MXKX drops down to the top. Carnifex not able to find an opportunity to do damage. Vilify goes out. Z goes out. Vilify somehow still standing. Very little HP, but there's Vilify. He's going to go out at the very end. Now just one player left at Sueco. Where is the heavy going to be playing from? Who is going to be going for the steal? They need Carnifex to go for the steal right now while they try to find the heavy. There's the heavy. Sueco goes out. Burt's is down. Grief Party has control of the moving platform.
Yeah. Wow, what a fight that was. That was just insanity. And I'm amazed that Grief Party was able to kind of swoop back in and catch them off guard. And now they're getting the steal, and I bet you that they are able to take this cash out.
This is and they dropped it. Okay, good. They wanted to drop it so it's easier for them to keep it in the open, and this is the best place for it to drop. This means that Grief Party is in the best position that they could be, especially given the fact that this gives Carnifex so many openings to go in as Invis and grab that perfect time stun. But we're gonna see NetX and MXKX holding up on the roof down. MXKX drops off the side here, tries to get NetX to come with him so he can get the heal. NetX is going to be able to come through. Now it's Burt's trying to enter. They're on the point. They're going for the steal here. Where's Carnifex? Is he going to be in a spot?
Ooh,
no, it doesn't matter. Z goes down. They go for the res. The Viv is not going to come through in time. Carnifex on the side doing some damage. We are going to be seeing Vilify staying if he could go for the steal, but he goes down. It looks like Grief Party takes it. That is going to be insanity for the second cash out. And like we said, folks, for the grand finals, we're going all the way to map 3, all the way to cash out 3.
I think me and you could have beamed Sueco.
That's what you love to see. Grief Party is not giving up. They just know that they can take charge. And I think that this last vault is really going to show who has it. Because, boy, this is just so close. I can't get over how evenly matched these teams are. And if I can see the score, I have a feeling that the amount of kills is basically identical. Really some heavy plays coming in from both sides.
They're close.
On three already. They're gonna pad here.
This out, given the fact that Grief Party is just holding up so strong. Even if Burt's retains control of the vault and they get the ability to call where they are jumping out to, I think Grief Party is going to be faster on the climb. C and D are in positions that work better for Grief Party with the light player. And so even if Burt's gets it started, if Grief Party can intercept before they're able to get set up the way they want to, then this is going to be super good. Burt's throws the vault out to try to get Grief Party to go and start it, but Grief Party's not going to fall for it. They instead know that they need to hit the team fight from the correct angle.
Outside.
Great damage from MXKX. He's getting healed up by his teammates, but boy, they're just getting some great chip damage. Oh, he goes down. Second teammate goes down on Grief Party.
Burt's is going to actually be taking the upper hand here. And they're going back to C. Okay, it is closer to D, but they are committing to the C play here. Grief Party, it is going to be Carnifex on the crane. Oh, this is crazy. They know that he's on the crane. Burt's going to be pushing that to challenge. Carnifex has to drop off the side here. Now trying to find solace somewhere while Sueco comes through, trying to go for the hunt. MXKX and NetX, they're back. And there we go.
Honestly, this cash out is such a hard one to get into. It's in like a walled off area. And so they have a lot that they're uphill battle for. Grief Party.
Going now.
Yeah, the Carnifex is going to have to try and find a good skirmish angle. You can see he's already in there, in the tunnels. Burt's loses one. Z goes down. They're going to try to get the res. They get the res off, but the question is, can they get it? Everything else canceled in time. And there it is. Grief Party loses one, but Burt's loses one as well. It's going to be all the way down to this as NetX taking a ton of damage. MXKX, 1 HP, and it's going to be one final player here. Vilify gets the res on the Sueco, gets the res on the Z. Burt's full sustain as they retain control. It comes down to one last team fight. Grief Party has one chance left.
Yeah, and that res for Burt's just saved them because they were down to one team, one player, and the res brought them back, and just having that half health just swayed the balance of the fight. So they did have a good spawn, and they're spawning close. And we're going to see a good fight here right now. As Grief Party runs in, they have that zap barrel, and yeah, getting set up, they blow it down. And on the jump pad again.
Burt's is waiting for it. Burt's is on the underside. And there we go. NetX gonna be the first person to drop here. Bad for Grief Party, good for Burt's. Burt's is all glitched. There's no heals. The Grief Party can't capitalize on it at the moment. Sueco gets the res here. We're gonna be seeing as Vilify tries to stay up. Sueco protecting as much as he can as Z and Vilify res each other up. And Grief Party gonna go out. That's gonna be the end of the game. That's gonna be the end of the grand finals as Grief Party, from absolutely out of nowhere, almost comes up to the top, but it was Burt's. It had to be Burt's coming through to take the victory, and with the peace sign to sign it off there. Absolutely insane games all the way through and through today, because even though Grief Party had their gauntlet run all the way through the bottom bracket to bring it here, just wasn't enough. And Burt's absolutely clutched it up at the end there. Map 3, cash out 3.
That was insanity. And Burt's definitely did show that they are a force to reckon with. I think the Grief Party does as well, but they just couldn't get it in the end. They really tried. That last fight, the last two fights, honestly, were just on the edge of your seat. Just what's going to happen? Who's going to go down? Who's going to go up? And you almost can't tell until the dust settles. Like who is on top? And it sadly or happily was Burt's. They definitely held their title. And yeah, Grief Party gave them a great show.
I couldn't even track my words there because Sueco popped his shield up at the perfect time to save Vilify from a singular bullet while Z gets rezzed, and then Z gets up, and of course as that shield goes down because he has to take some shots, then it's Z's turn to res Vilify, and that double sustain, the double medium heavy just goes so hard. And guys, I want you to know that even though the grand finals are over, you need to stay here. Do not go anywhere, because we are about to drop the names of all 8 teams that have qualified for our Masters Series event, as well as announcing the winner of the one-shot MVP. So don't go anywhere now. We have our calculators running in the background to figure this out. Let's go ahead and see what that final bracket looks like. Let's see. So I think they're still working on it, because again, nobody expected Grief Party to do this. So this is kind of crazy. Bear with us here. But I believe that as we get through this, the most important thing is just that no matter what, every single team that came up today has done an absolutely amazing job. All the way from EU to NA, insane gameplay coming out from everybody. And again, showing that light is viable in the finals.
Yeah, I think that was the most surprising thing of all today. Like, we saw light after light after light, and they definitely held their own. And I think swayed the balance. There were taser shots that were hit. There were last-minute saves by the lights, and I'm all for it. Let's get more light players in here, because they definitely have a place in tournaments like this.
Yeah, and I mean, just the fact that we have 8 teams going all the way out to make sure that they are represented here, and to make sure that they can just show up with their team, practice, jump out in front of danger and make everything work. So many clutch scenarios today. So many situations where you can see how much planning goes into their strats that just get disrupted by the other team's strats that come out just a second faster.
Yep. And one thing that just constantly impressed me was Bert's just was on point with those jump pads. Like, they knew that it was going to be dropped. And yeah, it just was impressive, because it's like those 4D plays, 5D plays, anything that just you really have to think in advance and just prepare immediately and on the fly.
Speaking of on the fly, before we jump into the bracket, I want to say we have a tie for the one-shot MVP. It is tied between Vrake from No Idea and Swaco from Burt's. So we're going to actually do the final vote right here in Twitch chat. Everybody, set your votes right now in Twitch chat to finalize the one-shot MVP winner. Not only that, though, but here's some even more exciting news, is we have the brackets ready. The calculators have finished. We press the enter button. Let's go ahead and see the bracket. So this is the bracket here. We can see the run for today. LRC and Burt's was how we started off, and Burt's just dominated through. Frog3 and No Name also went at it, and No Name came out on top, only to get decimated by Burt's, and then again decimated by Grief Party, who came out of nowhere against LRC earlier today, against No Idea, against No Name. Grief Party just doing the most to show us that it is viable. Then in the grand finals, we had Burt's take it 2 to Grief Party's 1. It went all the way to that last map. Insane stuff.
Yeah, honestly, this is the run that I wanted to see. I wanted to see a team go up against Burt's that could really show their own, and I think that we just had an amazing bracket today. Every match didn't disappoint, and that the final matches really just kept me excited, entertained, and I think that that's really what you can ask for when you get these 2 top-tier teams playing, going back and forth.
Exactly. And one thing that I'd like to say is that from this is the final bracket that we see for today's game, but we also have one more thing for you guys. That's right, not over just yet, but we have the teams that have qualified. All 8 teams that have qualified for the Split 1 Masters event.
Here we are. Yeah, starting it off with LRC. Burt's in a close second.
Wait, Rio. Wait. Hold on. Gotta get confirmation from Stars real quick. Wait. One moment. All right. So I do want to say that even though we do have, yes, the names that have already qualified from the split one leaderboard that you can see, I have here it is, split one leaders, right? LRC, Burt's, BKO, Frog 3, No Name, Divine Dead, NTHX, and Yappers. There it is. However, they are not put into a split yet. So let's go ahead and see this real quick. I gotta say though, big shout out to No Name. Even though they dropped a little bit today up against Grief Party, they put out a show. They started the day with 75 points, ended today at 125.
Yeah, great climb.
So Rio, what do you have to say about the finalists here?
I think that every team here has really shown their own. I mean, from Frog 3 to Birds to LRC, Divine Dead. I think that this format has been great because it's allowed a lot of no-name teams to kind of come through and kind of show that they have might, and then the top teams to kind of hold their staying powder.
Alrighty, so I mean, hey, we saw the names there up at the top, and well, one thing that I've got is I've got a little bag right here. Like I said, those are our finalists. They're not in a split yet. We haven't put them into groups. And in this one-shot energy container, instead of one-shot energy, I have the names of every team that's qualified, and they will be split into groups for our Split 1 Masters based on the order I pull them out of this bag. So, gonna go ahead and shake it up. There's no one-shot energy left in here. Also, shout out to Swaco winning the one-shot MVP, as the Twitch poll says right there. Absolutely deserved for the incredible performance. And now, the moment you've all been waiting for, to see the groups. The first 4 names I pull out of this, of the 8 finalists that we saw on that bracket before, again, LRC, BKO, Frog 3, Divine Dead, Yappers, NTHX, Burt's, and No Name. They will be sorted based on this order. So, BKO taking Group A. Also in Group A, we've got Burt's. There's also 2. And Yappers. Burt's, Yappers, and BKO in Group A. Finally, in Group A, to close it all out, we've got NTHX Esports, Group A. So for Group A, that's going to be BKO, Yappers, Burt's, and NTHX. That means that our Group B is going to be Divine Dead, No Name, Frog 3, and of course, LRC.
Yeah, those are great groups to have. I think we'll see some exciting matches when we kind of get to it.
Absolutely. And again, huge shout out to Grief Party for showing up today and in one tournament getting all the way up to 75 points. So again, your Group A is for Split 1 Masters, BKO, Yappers, Burt's, and NTHX. Your Group B, Frog 3, Divine Dead, LRC, and No Name.
Yeah, I think every team definitely earned it, and we have a lot more finals kind of coming up when they get at it.
Absolutely. And again, make sure you stay tuned because on June 8th is when the finals Split 1 Masters happens. This is what we've all been working up to, folks. The last 4 qualifiers have been leading up to the Split 1 Masters. And the final MVP, the grand final here, I'm going to leave that up to you, Rio.
Ooh, who should I choose? There were so many good players, but I think I got to go with MXKX. I saw a lot of really good teamwork, team plays from him, and you know they didn't come out on top, but his aim is something that I want to try and strive for.
Absolutely, and the thing is that for today's like one-shot MVP being Swaco, it's so well deserved, and the final MVP as well, like going through everything. I'm excited to see who ends up coming out on top, just because every single player that came through the grand final put their heart into it. That's the only way you can get to map 3, cash out 3. So excited to see what these final MVPs are. Let's pull up that graphic as soon as we got it. Not sure if we're pulling that up yet or not, but it's been a fun day of matches, and everybody who has actually shown up to do, to participate in this tournament, to do what they can for the finals esports scene is much, much deserved. Like the support that they're going to be getting from after this.
Yeah, and I think that we're about to see some highlights from today's matches. So there's a lot that happened today, and I think that these highlights will definitely show off some of the best plays that we saw and were able to react to.
Bro, I was so, this is why I really like.
Plays from him all day, and I think it's somebody to watch. What? What? Oh.
Oh, it appears I was muted. I'm back. Sorry. Hello. As I was saying, of course, the one-shot MVP, it's Sueco from Burt's. Congratulations to Sueco. Of course, there was a tied Twitter poll, then sorted out in the final Twitch poll in the chat. So big shout out to Sueco. Much deserved for this one-shot MVP. Enjoy your energy choose, your focus choose, and of course, your one-shot energy voice drops. And then let's bring it back one more time for that grand final MVP of MXKX from Grief Party. Just like Rio was saying, super impressed by the insane performance every single time we saw MXKX on the screen. Just insane tracking, insane ability to work with the team to actually do everything that they need, get the heals out when you need them, get the shots off when you want them, and just amazing shot calls as well.
Yeah, absolutely.
Alrighty, thank you guys so much. Thank you, Rio, for joining me today in the final qualifiers here before we jump into the Split 1 Masters. And thank you, everybody, for watching in the chat. Be sure to tune in next time. Don't forget, it's June 8th for the Split 1 Masters event. That is what this all comes down for. The $500 prize pool, the plus more than $500 prize pool coming through as well. So again, thank you, Rio. Thank you, chat. And we will see you on June 8th for Split 1 Masters.
Yep. Have a good one. Thanks for watching.
Je suis.
They didn't rocket my C4. Blocking rocket. I'm just blocking rocket.
Wait, let's the medium.
One dead.
This medium slow, low, on my ping.
He's at 2.
Nice.
Glitch me.
L'aide devant moi. Un HP.
He dead. Nice. Last one. He's dead. Nice. I only have one shot.
I don't know where light is. Nice.
Light that. Just heavy.
He has no RPG.
Nice, good shit. Dude, I thought you.
He's up.
Reloading.
Nice.
I'll drop two. I can't get Carney. No, I have no cover.
Sliver, don't shoot him, Sliver. After Sliver, just stagger.
It's okay.
He's dead. Medium low, literally one bar. It's heavy stealing. Nice.
ride or die. I keep boys by my side. Know that they ride or die. I keep boys by my side.
Day we hustle, but the night we
Know that they ride or die. Know that they ride or die. I keep boys by my side. Know that they ride or die. I keep boys by my side.
day we hustle, but the night
Boys by my side. Know that they ride or die. My name came up a lot, it sounds. More when I was not around. Certain people that I know, they ain't no longer about. My name came up a lot, it sounds. More when I was not around. Certain people that I know, they ain't no longer about. My name came up a lot, it sounds. More when I was not around. Certain people that I know, they ain't no longer about. My name came up a lot, it sounds. More when I was not around. Certain people that I know, they ain't no longer about. Know that they ride or die. I keep boys by my side. Know that they ride or die. I keep boys by my side.
day we hustle, but the night we
Know that they ride or die. Know that they ride or die. I keep boys by my side. Know that they ride or die. I keep boys by my side.
day we hustle, but
Know that they ride or die. Cold, these brothers my guys. Know that they fly. Know that they fly. Know that they ride or die. Cold, these brothers my guys. Know that they fly. Know that they fly. Know that they ride or die. CJ Ike, they ain't no longer about. They ain't no longer about. They ain't no longer about. CJ Ike, they ain't no longer about.